Hello everyone and welcome. This is Fiction Moon speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Harry discovered he owned the ministry land at age 9 and evicted Cornelius Fudge from his office? New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1. The Potter Deed. The summer sun beat down on the impeccably maintained gardens of Privet Drive, the grass already beginning to brown despite Petunia Dursley's obsessive watering schedule. In the stifling heat of No. 4's kitchen, a small boy with unruly black hair and broken glasses held together with tape stood on a rickety stool, carefully turning bacon in a sizzling pan. Harry Potter winced as fat popped and splattered against his thin wrist, but he didn't dare make a sound. Uncle Vernon sat at the table, hidden behind his newspaper, occasionally grunting at headlines. Aunt Petunia's lips were pursed in perpetual disapproval as she supervised Harry's cooking, while Dudley complained loudly about having to wait for his breakfast. "Can't you cook any faster, boy?" Uncle Vernon barked, folding his paper with a snap. "Some of us have important meetings today." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry said quietly, sliding the bacon onto a waiting plate. He'd learned years ago that being noticed usually meant being punished. The familiar routine was interrupted by the unmistakable sound of the mail slot clicking open and several letters falling onto the doormat. "Get the mail, Dudley," said Uncle Vernon. "Make Harry get it," whined Dudley. "Get the mail, boy." Harry slipped away from the stove, grateful for the momentary reprieve from the heat. He bent down to collect the small pile of envelopes from the floor, bill, postcard from Aunt Marge, another bill, and... His heart nearly stopped. There, at the bottom of the pile, was a thick parchment envelope addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging Surrey. Harry stared at it in disbelief. No one had ever written to him before. Who would? He had no friends, no relatives besides the Dursleys. Yet here was a letter, unmistakably for him, even identifying the cupboard where he slept. "What's taking so long, boy?" Uncle Vernon shouted from the kitchen. Making a split-second decision, Harry tucked his letter into the waistband of his oversized trousers, concealing it beneath his baggy shirt. He gathered the other mail and returned to the kitchen, handing the remaining letters to Uncle Vernon without meeting his eyes. "Finish the bacon, Aunt Petunia," Harry said, sliding the last pieces onto Dudley's already overflowing plate. "Then start on the dishes," she snapped, watching critically as Dudley shoveled food into his mouth. For the next 20 minutes, Harry washed dishes with meticulous care, hyper-aware of the letter pressing against his skin. When Aunt Petunia finally left to take a phone call from Mrs. Next Door and Uncle Vernon retreated to the living room, Harry dried his hands and slipped out the back door. There was a gnarled oak tree at the far end of the garden with a hollowed space near its roots, one of Harry's secret hiding places. He crawled inside, finally pulling out the mysterious envelope with trembling hands. The parchment felt heavy and expensive. He turned it over and saw a purple wax seal bearing a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding the letter H. Breaking the seal, Harry pulled out several sheets of thick parchment. The first was headed with the words, "Gringotts Wizarding Bank," in an elaborate script. His eyes widened as he read, "Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to our attention that you have not responded to our previous correspondences regarding your inheritance and estate. As you approach your 9th birthday, there are matters of significant importance requiring your personal attention. The Potter vaults contain time-sensitive documents that must be addressed before your 10th year. Of particular concern are the land deeds and lease agreements which require renewal or renegotiation in accordance with magical contract law. A Gringotts representative will arrive to escort you to our London branch tomorrow at precisely 9 a.m. Please be prepared for this appointment, as it concerns matters of substantial financial and historical significance to the Potter line. May your gold flow and your enemies tremble. Ragnok, Senior Accounts Manager, Potter Family Holdings. Harry read the letter 3 times, understanding the words individually but failing to comprehend their meaning as a whole. Wizarding Bank. Potter Vaults. Land deeds. It had to be a mistake, or a cruel joke, perhaps orchestrated by Dudley. Yet something deep inside told him this was real. The way his aunt and uncle reacted any time Harry mentioned his parents, the strange things that sometimes happened around him when he was scared or angry, the dreams of flying motorcycles and green light. Harry carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his sock. Whatever this was, he wouldn't let the Dursleys take it from him. For the first time in his life, someone had written to him about his family, about being a Potter instead of just an unwanted burden. He would be ready at 9 a.m. tomorrow, though he had no idea how he'd manage it with the Dursleys watching his every move. The next morning dawned with Vernon Dursley's shouts echoing through the house. "Petunia! Pet! Come look at this!" Harry, already awake in his cupboard, pressed his eye to the slats in the door. Through the crack, he could see Uncle Vernon in the hallway, his face an alarming shade of purple as he stared at something on the front step. "What is that thing doing on our doorstep?" Aunt Petunia's shrill voice carried through the house. Harry's heart raced. Could it be the Gringotts representative? It was exactly 9 a.m. "It says it's here for the boy," Vernon hissed, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Something about an inheritance." "They can't be here," Petunia replied, panic evident in her tone. "The neighbors will see." Harry heard the front door slam shut, followed by muffled voices, Uncle Vernon's blustering anger and another voice, calm but firm, with an accent Harry couldn't place. The cupboard door suddenly flew open. Uncle Vernon stood there, face mottled with rage and fear. "You," he growled, grabbing Harry by the arm and yanking him into the hallway. "What have you done?" "Nothing," Harry said automatically, though his eyes darted to the closed front door. "Don't lie to me, boy. There's one of your kind at our door, talking about banks and inheritances." Before Harry could respond, the front door opened of its own accord. In the doorway stood the strangest person Harry had ever seen, a short, stern-looking creature with pointed ears, sharp teeth, and fingers longer than any human's should be. He wore an impeccable suit that seemed oddly proportioned to his body. "Mr. Potter," the creature said with a formal nod, ignoring the gaping Dursleys. "I am Griphook, representative of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. I trust you received our correspondence." Harry nodded, too stunned to speak. "Excellent. We have much to discuss, and little time. If you would accompany me." "He's not going anywhere," Vernon bellowed, stepping between Harry and the door. "I don't know what kind of scam this is, but," Griphook's expression didn't change, but something in the air seemed to thicken. "Mr. Dursley," he said, his voice deceptively soft. "The Potter account is among our oldest and most respected. Young Mr. Potter's presence is required by both magical and mundane law. Should you interfere?" He left the threat hanging, but his sharp teeth gleamed. "Vernon," Petunia whispered urgently, clutching his arm. "The neighbors might see. Let them go, better out of the house than in it." Vernon's face contorted as he struggled between his fear of magic and his fear of what the neighbors might think. Finally, social propriety won out. "Be back before dark," he spat at Harry. "And not a word of this unnaturalness to anyone." Harry nodded quickly, slipping past his uncle and out the door before Vernon could change his mind. "Do you have the letter, Mr. Potter?" Griphook asked once they were walking down Privet Drive. Harry pulled it from his pocket. "Yes, but I don't understand. What's Gringotts? What inheritance? My aunt and uncle always told me my parents left me nothing." Griphook made a sound like steel scraping stone, a laugh, Harry realized belatedly. "The Potters leave nothing. They were among the oldest families in Wizarding Britain. Your family vault alone would buy this entire neighborhood several times over." Harry's steps faltered. "Wizarding Britain? So it's true then? Magic is real?" Griphook stopped walking and turned to face Harry fully, his black eyes narrowing. "You don't know about magic? About being a wizard?" Harry shook his head. Curious, Griphook said, looking genuinely surprised for the first time. Most irregular. We were assured you were being raised with knowledge of your heritage. The Dursleys hate anything unusual, Harry explained. They never talk about my parents except to say they died in a car crash. Griphook's expression darkened. A car crash. James and Lily Potter. He shook his head sharply. We have much more to discuss than I anticipated, Mr. Potter. Come, our transport awaits. Around the corner, hidden from Privet Drive, stood a sleek black car with darkened windows. As they approached, the rear door opened on its own. After you, Mr. Potter. Harry hesitated only briefly before climbing in. The interior was far larger than should have been possible, with plush leather seats and what appeared to be a fully stocked bar at one end. We'll arrive at Gringotts in approximately 40 minutes, Griphook said, settling opposite Harry as the car began to move silently. I suggest we use this time to address your knowledge gaps. For the next half hour, Harry listened in stunned silence as Griphook outlined the basics of the wizarding world, the fall of Voldemort, whom Griphook referred to only as he who must not be named, Harry's own role as the boy who lived, and the fundamental structure of wizarding politics and finance. It was overwhelming, yet something about it felt right, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. So my parents were murdered by this dark wizard, Harry said slowly, and somehow, I survived when no one else ever had. Precisely, Griphook nodded. Which is why your financial matters are particularly complex. The Potter estate was already substantial, but after that night, many wizarding families without heirs left portions of their estates to you in their wills. Add to that the various business investments your father made before his death, and you have quite the financial empire awaiting your attention. But I'm only 9, Harry pointed out. What am I supposed to do with all that? Until you reach majority at 17, most assets remain under Gringotts management, Griphook explained. However, certain hereditary holdings require periodic renewal by blood, and several such renewals are now overdue. The car slowed as they entered London proper, weaving through traffic with unnatural precision. Harry watched the city pass by, trying to process everything he'd learned. When they finally stopped, they were in front of an ordinary-looking pub with a weathered sign reading, The Leaky Cauldron. This way, Mr. Potter, Griphook said, leading Harry through the pub. The patrons barely glanced up as they passed, though a few did double-takes at seeing a goblin in a suit escorting a small boy. Behind the pub was a small courtyard with nothing but a trash can and a brick wall. Griphook tapped a specific pattern on the bricks with one long finger, and Harry gasped as the wall rearranged itself, bricks sliding apart to reveal a bustling, colorful street filled with shops selling the strangest assortment of goods Harry had ever seen. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Griphook said, a hint of pride in his voice. And there, he pointed to an imposing white marble building towering over the other shops, is Gringotts. The bank's interior was even more impressive than its exterior, with soaring ceilings, marble floors, and dozens of goblins working at high counters. Griphook led Harry past the main hall and down a series of increasingly ornate corridors until they reached a door marked with a crest Harry somehow recognized as his family's. Inside was an office larger than the Dursleys' entire ground floor, dominated by a massive desk behind which sat an elderly goblin with spectacles perched on his long nose. Senior Accounts Manager Ragnok, Griphook announced with a bow. Mr. Harry Potter. Ragnok looked up from his ledger, studying Harry intently. So you've finally arrived. Good. We have much to accomplish today. He gestured to a chair across from his desk. Please, be seated. As Harry sat down, feeling very small in the oversized chair, Ragnok pulled out a thin wooden box from a drawer and placed it on the desk between them. First, we must confirm your identity, Ragnok explained. A mere formality, but necessary for transactions of this magnitude. Inside the box was a small silver knife and a piece of parchment. With practiced efficiency, Ragnok explained that Harry needed to prick his finger and allow 3 drops of blood to fall onto the parchment. Harry hesitated only briefly before taking the knife. The prick stung, but he managed to squeeze 3 perfect drops onto the center of the parchment. The moment the 3rd drop landed, the blood began to move, spreading outward in thin red lines that formed words and symbols across the page. Both goblins leaned forward, watching the process with keen interest. "Interesting," Ragnok murmured as the blood finished its work. "Very interesting indeed." "What is it?" Harry asked, straining to read the upside-down text. "It appears, Mr. Potter, that your inheritance is even more significant than we anticipated." Ragnok turned the parchment around. "In addition to the standard Potter holdings, you seem to have inherited through your mother's line as well, something previously unknown to us." Harry stared at the parchment. At the top, in elaborate script, was his name, Harry James Potter. Below it branched 2 family trees, one tracing back through the Potter line for generations, the other showing his mother's family. What caught his eye, however, was a section at the bottom titled, Property Holdings of Immediate Concern, which listed, Potter Manor, unplottable location, Wales, Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow, partially destroyed, 3 international properties, France, Greece, United States, 12 business interests, Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, Gringotts Vault 687, 704, 825 Ministry of Magic Grounds, leased 1707, term, 300 years renewable, the Ministry of Magic Grounds? Harry asked, pointing to the last item. "What does that mean?" Ragnok and Griphook exchanged significant looks. "It appears," Ragnok said carefully, "that your family owns the land upon which the entire Ministry of Magic is built." "The Ministry? But isn't that like, the government?" Harry asked, recalling what Griphook had explained during their drive. "Precisely," Ragnok nodded. When the International Statute of Secrecy was implemented in 1692, the newly formed ministry needed a secure, permanent location. Your ancestor, Hardwin Potter, owned extensive properties in London. He leased the land to the ministry under specific terms, allowing them to build their headquarters underground. "What kind of terms?" Harry asked. "That is what requires your immediate attention," Ragnok said, pulling out an ancient-looking scroll. "The lease stipulates renewal by blood every 300 years, with renegotiation of terms if desired by either party. The last renewal was in 1707, making it 16 years overdue. What happens if it isn't renewed?" Ragnok's smile showed too many pointed teeth. "The ministry would be in breach of contract, giving you, as the landowner, the right to evict them entirely." Harry blinked, trying to process the implications. "You mean I could kick the entire wizarding government out of their building?" "Technically, yes," Ragnok said. "Though such an action would have significant political repercussions. The current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, is not known for his grace under pressure," Griphook added with what might have been a smirk. Harry sat back in his chair, mind racing. Yesterday, he'd been a nobody, a burden the Dursleys were forced to tolerate. Today, he apparently had the power to throw the wizarding government into chaos. "I want to see it," he said suddenly. "The ministry. My land. Before I decide anything, I should see it." Ragnok nodded approvingly. "A wise approach, Mr. Potter. We can arrange a visit immediately, citing the landlord's right of inspection." "They won't know who I am beforehand?" Harry asked, an idea beginning to form. "Not unless you wish it," Ragnok confirmed. "As your financial managers, we can represent your interests initially, revealing your identity only when you choose." Harry thought of all the years spent being told he was nothing, that his parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash, that he should be grateful for the Dursleys' reluctant charity. He thought of the cupboard under the stairs, of Dudley's second bedroom filled with broken toys while he slept among spiders. "Let's go," Harry said, a new determination in his voice. "I want to inspect my property." The Ministry of Magic's visitors' entrance was disguised as an out-of-order telephone booth on a nondescript London street. Harry, now dressed in proper wizarding robes provided by Gringotts, followed Ragnok inside the cramped space with growing anticipation. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic," a cool female voice said as the booth began to descend like an elevator. "Please state your name and business." "Ragnok, Senior Accounts Manager of Gringotts, and Harry Potter, Landlord, here to inspect the premises," Ragnok stated formally. There was a pause longer than seemed normal before the voice responded. "Thank you. Visitors, please take your badges and attach them to the front of your robes." 2 badges slid out of a metal chute. Harry's read, "Harry Potter, Property Inspection." He pinned it to his new robes, heart pounding with nervous excitement. When the booth stopped and the door opened, Harry stepped into the most impressive space he'd ever seen. They stood at one end of a splendid hall with a highly polished dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that moved and changed. The walls were paneled in shiny dark wood and contained many gilded fireplaces. In the middle of the hall stood a fountain featuring golden statues, a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf, with water streaming from various points into the surrounding pool. "The atrium," Ragnok explained quietly. "The main entrance and gathering space of the ministry." Harry nodded, trying not to look too awestruck as they approached a desk labeled, "Security." The wizard seated there looked up lazily, then straightened abruptly at the sight of Ragnok. "Gringotts business?" he asked, eyeing Harry curiously. "Property inspection," Ragnok replied, sliding a document across the desk. "We require access to all levels and departments." The security wizard skimmed the document, his eyes widening slightly. "This is irregular. I'll need to contact, the terms of the original lease are quite clear," Ragnok interrupted smoothly. "The landlord or his representatives may inspect the premises at any time to ensure compliance with the terms of use." Yes, of course," the wizard stammered. "But who exactly is the landlord?" "This document only references the hereditary owner." Harry stepped forward, emboldened by Ragnok's confident handling of the situation. "I am," he said simply. "And I'd like to see everything, please." The security wizard's eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, where his fringe had parted slightly to reveal his lightning bolt scar. But you can't be, is there a problem?" Ragnok asked, his tone dangerous. "No. No problem," the wizard said quickly. "I'll need to register your wand, Sir." "I don't have one yet," Harry said, suddenly feeling less confident. "He's underage," Ragnok explained. "The inspection will proceed regardless." Ministry Charter, Section 12, Paragraph 7 clearly states that landlord inspection supersedes standard security protocols. The security wizard looked like he wanted to argue but thought better of it. "Very well. I'll need to inform the minister's office that you're here." "By all means," Ragnok said with a thin smile. "We'll begin our inspection with level 1. As they walked toward the golden elevators at the far end of the atrium, Harry noticed people beginning to stare and whisper. His scar had become visible, and it seemed at least some of the ministry workers recognized him. "Word will spread quickly," Ragnok murmured. "Are you prepared for the attention, Mr. Potter?" Harry straightened his shoulders. "Yes," he said, surprised to find it was true. For once, people weren't staring because of his baggy clothes or broken glasses, but because he was Harry Potter, a wizard, the boy who lived, and apparently, their landlord. The elevator was another marvel, a golden grille that slid open to reveal a compartment larger inside than out, with no visible means of suspension. As they stepped inside, small paper airplanes hovered above their heads. "Interdepartmental memos," Ragnok explained, seeing Harry's curious look. "They used to use owls, but the mess was considerable." "Level 1, announced a cool female voice as the elevator stopped. "Offices of the Minister for Magic and Support Staff." The doors opened onto a carpeted corridor lined with mahogany doors, each bearing a small golden plaque. Ministry workers hurried past, many slowing to gawk at Harry before hurrying on with renewed purpose. Ragnok led Harry to the largest door at the end of the corridor. The plaque read, "Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic." Before they could knock, the door swung open to reveal a harried-looking witch in magenta robes. "Oh! You're here already," she exclaimed. "The minister is expecting you, well, not you specifically, but the inspection team. Please, come in." The minister's office was opulent, with a massive desk, plush furniture, and enchanted windows showing a sunny day despite being underground. Behind the desk sat a portly man with rumpled gray hair, wearing pinstriped robes and a lime green bowler hat. "Ah, Ragnok," Fudge said, standing and extending his hand with forced joviality. "What's this about an inspection? Some goblin bureaucracy, I expect." "We could have arranged something with more notice." His words died as he spotted Harry standing beside the goblin. Fudge's face went through a remarkable series of expressions: confusion, shock, disbelief, and finally, a calculated smile. "Good heavens," he breathed. "Harry Potter. What an unexpected honor." "Minister Fudge," Harry replied with a small nod, remembering his etiquette lessons from the car ride. "I'm here to inspect my property." Fudge's smile faltered. "Your property?" "Mr. Potter is the hereditary owner of the land upon which the ministry stands," Ragnok explained smoothly. "As you must be aware, the lease requires renewal every 300 years by a blood member of the Potter line. That renewal is now 16 years overdue." That's absurd," Fudge sputtered, his face reddening. "The ministry is government property." "The building, yes," Ragnok agreed. "The land, however, belongs to the Potter family and has since before the ministry's formation. I have the original documents here." He placed an ancient scroll on Fudge's desk. "The terms are quite specific." Fudge didn't touch the scroll. Instead, he looked at Harry with a strained smile. "Surely this is some misunderstanding. You're just a boy, what interest could you possibly have in property matters?" Harry thought of his cupboard under the stairs. Of hand-me-down clothes and missed meals. Of being told repeatedly that he was a burden, unwanted, that he should be grateful for whatever scraps the Dursleys deigned to give him. "I'm interested in what's mine," Harry said quietly. "And I'm interested in the truth." "Truth?" Fudge echoed. "Yes," Harry nodded. "Like why I was left with muggles who hate magic, who told me my parents died in a car crash. Why no one from the wizarding world ever checked on me. Why I'm famous for surviving when my parents were murdered, but I had to sleep in a cupboard for 8 years." Fudge blanched. "A cupboard? Surely not, Dumbledore assured us you were being well cared for, Dumbledore." Harry interrupted. "The headmaster of Hogwarts? What does he have to do with where I live?" Fudge's expression turned guarded. "That's a complicated matter, my boy. Perhaps we should discuss this privately, I think," Harry said, finding confidence in Fudge's obvious discomfort, "that we should discuss the terms of the lease first. It's 16 years overdue, and according to Ragnok, that means I can evict the ministry entirely if I want to." Fudge's face drained of color. "Now see here, young man, minister," Ragnok interjected smoothly, "perhaps we should continue our inspection while you review the documentation. We'll return to discuss terms once Mr. Potter has seen the entire premises." Fudge opened and closed his mouth several times, looking remarkably like Uncle Vernon when thwarted. Finally, he nodded stiffly. "Very well. But this matter will need to be reviewed by our legal department. I can't imagine this so-called lease would hold up to modern scrutiny. Magic itself enforces the contract, Minister," Ragnok said with a sharp-toothed smile. "But by all means, consult your experts. We'll continue our tour." As they left Fudge's office, Harry could hear the minister shouting for his assistant. The corridor outside was now crowded with curious ministry employees pretending to have business on level 1. "That went well," Ragnok commented drily as they entered the elevator again. "Did it?" Harry asked, suddenly uncertain. He seemed angry. Politicians are always angry when reminded they don't have as much power as they pretend, Ragnok replied. By the time we complete our inspection, the minister will have convinced himself that accommodating you is his own clever idea. The next few hours were a whirlwind as Harry and Ragnok toured the ministry's 9 levels. They visited the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where a stern-looking witch named Amelia Bones treated Harry with surprised respect, the Department of Mysteries, where they were politely but firmly denied access to most rooms, and a dozen other departments, offices, and divisions that made up the wizarding government. Throughout the tour, Harry became increasingly aware of his unique position. Ministry workers alternated between awe at meeting the boy who lived and shock at learning he owned their workplace. By the time they returned to level 1, word had spread throughout the building, and Harry's confidence had grown proportionally. When they re-entered Fudge's office, the minister was surrounded by several serious-looking witches and wizards poring over ancient documents spread across his desk. "Ah, Mr. Potter, Ragnok, you've returned," Fudge said, his forced smile back in place. "We've been reviewing the lease terms, and it seems there has been an oversight in our record-keeping." "An oversight?" Harry repeated. "Yes, quite unfortunate," Fudge nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, now that we're aware of the situation, the ministry will handle everything. A trust fund will be established for the back rent, a mere formality, of course, and we can arrange for the proper renewal ceremony at your convenience." Harry glanced at Ragnok, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. "I'd like to review the original terms first," Harry said, "before agreeing to any renewal." A tall, thin wizard in legal robes stepped forward with a frown. "The original terms are quite outdated, Mr. Potter. Modern magical law has evolved significantly since 1707. "Has it?" Harry asked innocently. "Does that mean magical contracts are no longer binding?" The wizard flushed. "Well, no, but, then I'd like to see the original terms," Harry repeated firmly. Fudge exchanged glances with his advisors before reluctantly pushing a weathered parchment across the desk. "Here you are, though I assure you, the standard renewal is merely a formality." Harry took the document and began reading, with Ragnok peering over his shoulder. The legal language was complex, but certain clauses stood out clearly. The lessor, Hardwin Potter, grants use of the land described herein to the lessee, Ministry of Magic, for a period of 300 years, renewable by blood descendant of the Potter line, under the following conditions. 1. Annual payment of 1,000 galleons, adjusted for inflation every century. 2. Maintenance of the property in good condition. 3. Usage limited to governmental functions. 4. No dark magic to be practiced on the premises. 5. The Potter family to be granted special status and considerations within ministry functions. 6. Any Potter to have unrestricted access to all ministry departments and records. 7. In the event of the Potter line becoming endangered, fewer than 3 living members, the ministry shall provide protection and support to all remaining Potters. Harry read the last clause twice, a cold feeling spreading through his chest. When his parents were killed, leaving him as the last Potter, the ministry had been obligated to protect him. Instead, he'd been abandoned with the Dursleys without so much as a check on his welfare. Clause 7, Harry said quietly, looking up at Fudge. "The ministry was supposed to protect me." Fudge shifted uncomfortably. "As I said, an unfortunate oversight. Is that what you call it when a baby is left on a doorstep with people who hate magic?" Harry asked, his voice still quiet but now carrying an edge. "An oversight? Now see here, young man," Fudge blustered. "Those decisions were made by Albus Dumbledore for your protection. The ministry had full confidence in his arrangements." "Did anyone check?" Harry pressed. "Did anyone from the ministry ever come to see if I was all right?" The uncomfortable silence answered his question. "I see," Harry said, folding the parchment carefully. "So the ministry broke Clause 7. And probably Clause 5 as well, since no one ever told me about my special status. I wonder what else you've overlooked." One of the legal advisors cleared his throat nervously. "Mr. Potter, while there may have been some administrative failures, the basic tenancy agreement remains valid. The ministry is prepared to make amends for any oversights. Good, Harry said with sudden decisiveness. Because I'm not renewing the lease until those amends are made. What? Fudge gasped. But without renewal, you're in breach of contract, Ragnok finished smoothly. And Mr. Potter would be within his rights to demand immediate vacation of the premises. The room erupted in protests and exclamations. Harry waited until the noise subsided before speaking again. I don't want to evict everyone, he clarified. But I do want what my family is owed. Back rent, with interest. Recognition of my access rights to ministry records. And. He paused, thinking of the cupboard under the stairs. I want independence from the Dursleys. Fudge latched onto the last demand eagerly. Your living situation. Yes, of course, that can be arranged. We could find a suitable wizarding family too. I want my own place, Harry interrupted. One of my properties. With proper guardianship that I choose. You're only 9 years old, a witch in the corner pointed out. Magical children must have adult guardians until they reach majority. Then I'll choose one, Harry insisted. Someone who will actually care about me. Fudge looked like he wanted to argue but thought better of it. We can discuss guardianship options, certainly. As for the back rent. He glanced at one of his advisors, who whispered something in his ear. Fudge paled. The amount would be substantial. 320,000 galleons, plus compound interest, Ragnok supplied helpfully. Approximately 700,000 galleons in total. Several of the ministry officials choked audibly. That's nearly 7% of our annual budget, one protested. Then you should have kept up with payments, Harry replied, surprised by his own boldness. But I'm reasonable. We can work out a payment plan. Fudge seized on this concession like a drowning man grabbing a rope. Yes. A payment plan. Very reasonable, very generous of you, Harry, Mr. Potter. In the meantime, Harry continued, warming to his position of power, I'd like to see the Department of Records. I want to know exactly what happened the night my parents died, and why I was placed with the Dursleys. Fudge's expression turned guarded again. Some of those records are classified, Clause 6, Ragnok reminded him. Unrestricted access to all ministry departments and records. Harry watched as Fudge visibly calculated his options. The minister's gaze darted between the ancient contract, his nervous advisors, and Harry himself. Perhaps. Fudge said finally, we could come to an arrangement. The ministry acknowledges its oversight regarding the lease terms. We'll establish a payment plan for the back rent, review your guardianship situation, and grant you appropriate access to non-sensitive records. All records, Harry corrected. That's what the lease says. Some matters concern national security, Fudge countered. Surely you understand. I understand that you're trying to renegotiate terms after breaking the original agreement, Harry said, surprising himself with how adult he sounded. I don't think you're in a position to make demands, Minister. A tense silence fell over the office. Finally, Fudge sighed heavily. Very well. Limited access to sealed records, under supervision, as a compromise. In exchange, you'll agree to renew the lease under the original terms, with adjustments for inflation as stipulated. Harry glanced at Ragnok, who gave a subtle nod of approval. I'll consider it, Harry said. After I've seen those records and visited my properties. I need to know all my options before making any decisions. Fudge looked like he'd swallowed something unpleasant but nodded stiffly. Reasonable. We'll arrange everything. In the meantime, perhaps you'd care to join me for lunch. We can discuss your future in the wizarding world. Harry thought of how the minister had ignored his existence for years, only to offer lunch now that Harry had leverage. Thank you, but I have other appointments today, he said politely. Ragnok is helping me review my family holdings. Of course, Fudge said quickly. Another time, then. I'll have my office contact you regarding the records access and property visits. As Harry and Ragnok prepared to leave, Fudge called out once more. Mr. Potter, Harry. Despite this misunderstanding, I hope you know that the Ministry has always had your best interests at heart. We're all on the same side, after all. Harry looked back at the minister, remembering all the years of neglect, of being told he was worthless, of not even knowing his heritage or the truth about his parents. Are we, Minister? He asked quietly. I'm still deciding about that. With that, Harry turned and walked out of the office, his new robes swirling behind him in a manner that would have made Professor Snape, whom Harry had yet to meet, grudgingly impressed. In the corridor outside, Ministry workers quickly pretended they hadn't been listening at the door. As Harry and Ragnok walked toward the elevators, whispers followed in their wake. Did you hear? Potter owns the Ministry land. He threatened to evict Fudge. The boy who lived, back in our world at last. Harry kept his head high, ignoring the stares and whispers just as he'd learned to do at school when Dudley's gang targeted him. But this time, instead of fear or shame, he felt something entirely new, power. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was in control of his own destiny. And he had no intention of letting that control slip away. As the elevator doors closed behind them, Ragnok looked at Harry with newfound respect. You handled that remarkably well for one so young, the goblin observed. The Potter spirit lives on, it seems. Harry smiled slightly. I'm just getting started, Ragnok. I have a lot to learn, and a lot to change. Indeed you do, Mr. Potter, Ragnok agreed. Indeed you do. Chapter 2, Corridors of Power. The moment Harry Potter and Ragnok stepped out of the Ministry visitors' entrance and back onto the ordinary London street, the weight of what had just happened crashed down on Harry like a physical force. He leaned against the red telephone box, taking deep breaths of the city air. I just threatened to evict the entire wizarding government, he said, half to himself. Ragnok's sharp-toothed smile gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. And rather effectively, I might add. A black car similar to the one that had brought them to London glided silently to the curb. The door opened of its own accord. We should continue our discussion somewhere more private, Ragnok said, gesturing to the car. Word will spread quickly, and not everyone will be pleased by today's events. Harry nodded and climbed in, his mind racing. As the car pulled away from the curb, he watched London pass by through the tinted windows, wondering how many of the people they passed had any idea that an entire magical government operated beneath their feet, a government that he, apparently, could evict on a whim. What happens now? Harry asked as they settled into the plush leather seats. Ragnok steepled his long fingers. That depends entirely on you, Mr. Potter. You've established your position rather dramatically. The Ministry will scramble to respond, some with appeasement, others with resistance. Fudge seemed scared. With good reason, Ragnok nodded. The logistics of relocating the entire Ministry would be nightmarish. The magical protections alone took decades to establish. Not to mention the political fallout for the minister who lost the government's headquarters. Harry frowned, considering this. I don't actually want to make them leave. I just want. He trailed off, not entirely sure how to articulate what he wanted. Justice? Ragnok suggested. Recognition? Control over your own destiny? Yes, Harry agreed. All of that. Then we must prepare for what comes next, the goblin said. By tomorrow morning, every wizard and witch in Britain will know that Harry Potter has returned to the magical world and laid claim to his inheritance. Many will seek to influence you. Some will offer friendship. Others will present themselves as mentors or guardians. How do I know who to trust? Harry asked, the enormity of his situation suddenly overwhelming. Trust no one completely, Ragnok advised bluntly. Listen to many, commit to few, and always verify information independently. Harry nodded, recognizing the wisdom in this approach. It wasn't so different from how he'd learned to navigate life with the Dursleys, watching, listening, identifying patterns of behavior that signaled danger or opportunity. "Where are we going now?" he asked, noticing they were heading away from the direction of Surrey. "To inspect another of your properties," Ragnok replied. "One that might serve as a more suitable residence than your current situation." Harry's heart leaped. "I don't have to go back to the Dursleys." "Not immediately, at least," Ragnok said carefully. "The legal matter of your guardianship is complex. However, as your financial managers, Gringotts can temporarily house you in one of your own properties while arrangements are made. The Dursleys have demonstrated negligence, which gives us certain leeway." For the first time that day, Harry felt a genuine smile spread across his face. No more cupboard. No more Dudley's cast-offs. No more being treated like an unwanted burden. The car turned off the main road onto a narrow country lane that seemed to wind endlessly through the rolling English countryside. After nearly an hour of travel, they passed through a small village that looked like it had been frozen in time a century ago. "Godric's Hollow," Ragnok said softly as they drove slowly through the village square. "A mixed community, both magical and mundane residents, though the magical folk are more numerous." Harry pressed his face to the window, taking in every detail. Something about the village tugged at him, a half-remembered sense of familiarity. "My parents lived here," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Ragnok confirmed. "Though we're not going to the cottage today. That property remains under magical preservation as a historical site." The car continued through the village and up a winding road that climbed a gentle hill overlooking the community. At the top, partially obscured by ancient oaks and tall hedges, stood an elegant stone manor house that managed to look both imposing and welcoming. "Potter's Rest," Ragnok announced as the car stopped before wrought iron gates bearing the same crest Harry had seen on his Gringotts letter. "One of your family's smaller properties, but well protected and conveniently located." As they approached the gates, Harry felt a strange tingling sensation wash over him. The iron bars shimmered and seemed to bow inward, recognizing his approach. "The wards acknowledge you," Ragnok explained. "The Potter blood flows in your veins, and the house knows its master." The gates swung open silently, revealing a gravel drive that curved through immaculately maintained gardens. Despite apparently being uninhabited for years, the grounds showed no signs of neglect. "House elves," Ragnok said, noticing Harry's confused expression. "Magical servants bound to wizarding families and properties. The Potter elves have maintained this estate in anticipation of your eventual return." As if summoned by these words, a small creature appeared with a soft pop at the foot of the manor's front steps. It had large, bat-like ears, bulging green eyes, and wore what appeared to be a tea towel emblazoned with the Potter crest. "Master Harry Potter has come at last," the creature squeaked, bowing so low its nose nearly touched the ground. "Mimsy has kept Potter's Rest ready, yes she has." Harry stared, momentarily speechless. He'd seen many strange beings today, but the elf's obvious emotion at his arrival was unexpected. "Hello, Mimsy," he finally managed. "It's nice to meet you." The elf's eyes filled with tears. "Master remembers Mimsy's name. Such an honor. Mimsy will show Master his home right away." The interior of Potter's Rest was just as impressive as its exterior. Polished wooden floors, elegant furniture that somehow avoided being stuffy, and walls lined with portraits of what Harry assumed were his ancestors. Many of the painted figures waved or called out greetings as he passed, causing Harry to nearly trip in surprise. "The portraits are enchanted with impressions of the subjects' personalities," Ragnok explained. "They're not truly the people themselves, but rather magical echoes." "Are there any of my parents?" Harry asked hopefully. Mimsy's ears drooped slightly. "No, Master Harry. The Lord and Lady never sat for their portraits at Potter's Rest. They were." She hesitated, twisting her tea towel anxiously. "They were in hiding during the war," Ragnok finished for her. Portrait creation requires time and multiple sittings, a luxury they didn't have. Harry nodded, swallowing his disappointment. He'd hoped for some connection to his parents, some way to finally see and speak with them, even if only through enchanted paint. The tour continued through the manor's 3 floors, revealing a dozen bedrooms, a library filled with ancient tomes, several sitting rooms, and a kitchen where 3 more house elves were already preparing an elaborate dinner despite having no warning of Harry's arrival. The master suite is traditionally reserved for the head of house, Ragnok said as they reached the top floor. Though given your age, you might prefer one of the smaller bedrooms for now. Harry, who had spent his entire life in a cupboard, found even the smallest bedroom in the manor overwhelmingly spacious. He eventually selected a comfortable room overlooking the gardens, with walls painted a soothing blue and a 4-poster bed that could have fit the entire Dursley family with room to spare. "Will Master be staying the night?" Mimsy asked hopefully as they returned to the main floor. Harry looked to Ragnok questioningly. "It would be advisable," the goblin said. "We have much to discuss regarding your assets and plans, and your relatives won't expect you until tomorrow at the earliest." "Then yes," Harry told Mimsy, unable to hide his smile. "I'm staying." The elf practically vibrated with joy before disappearing with another pop, presumably to prepare his room. In a wood-paneled study that Ragnok explained had been his grandfather's favorite room, Harry sat across from the goblin at an antique desk as they discussed the immediate concerns arising from the day's events. "The ministry will act quickly," Ragnok warned. "Fudge cannot afford to appear weak or caught off guard. He'll attempt to regain control of the narrative." "What do you think he'll do?" Harry asked. "Most likely, he'll present himself as your champion, the minister who discovered the forgotten Potter legacy and is now ensuring you receive your rightful inheritance. He'll downplay the conflict and overstate his cooperation." Harry frowned. "That's not what happened at all. Politics rarely concerns itself with what actually happened," Ragnok said drily. "Which is why we must establish your position clearly before others define it for you." A soft pop announced Mimsy's return with a tea tray laden with sandwiches, cakes, and steaming cups. Harry, suddenly realizing how hungry he was, thanked her and took a cucumber sandwich. "You need allies," Ragnok continued as Harry ate. "Gringotts can manage your financial affairs, but we cannot openly participate in wizarding politics. You need advisors from your world, those with influence but without hidden agendas." "How do I find people like that?" Harry asked skeptically. "Everyone seems to want something from me already." "Everyone does want something," Ragnok corrected. "The key is identifying those whose interests align with yours, who want things that benefit you as well as themselves." Before Harry could respond, a gentle chiming sound echoed through the study. Mimsy appeared once more, looking anxious. "Master Harry, sir, there is visitors at the gate. The wards is recognizing them as friends of the Potters." Harry looked to Ragnok, alarmed. "Already? How did anyone know I'm here?" "Word travels quickly in magical Britain," Ragnok said grimly. "Who are these visitors, elf?" "A Madame Bones and her niece, Master Goblin," Mimsy replied. "The wards is saying they have been here before, in the old master's time." Ragnok's expression relaxed slightly. "Amelia Bones is the head of magical law enforcement. We met her briefly during our ministry tour. She has a reputation for fairness and integrity, rare qualities in the current administration." "Should I meet with her?" Harry asked uncertainly. "It would be impolitic to refuse," Ragnok advised. "But remember, listen much, reveal little." Harry nodded and turned to Mimsy. "Please show them in, but tell them I can only visit briefly as I have important business to attend to." Mimsy beamed at being given such an important task and disappeared. A few minutes later, she led 2 figures into the study, a square-jawed witch with short grey hair and a monocle, and a girl about Harry's age with strawberry blonde hair and a curious expression. "Mr. Potter," the older witch said formally, though her eyes betrayed surprise at finding him in what was clearly a business meeting with a Gringotts representative. "I apologize for calling unannounced. I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This is my niece, Susan." The girl gave a small curtsy. "It's an honor to meet you, Herr Potter." Harry rose from his chair, remembering the etiquette Ragnok had briefly coached him on during their travels. "Madam Bones, Miss Bones. Welcome to Potter's Rest. Please, join us for tea." Amelia Bones raised an eyebrow at his formal manner but took a seat in one of the comfortable armchairs Mimsy had discreetly added to the room. Susan sat beside her, still watching Harry with undisguised curiosity. "I confess, Mr. Potter, I was surprised to hear you had taken up residence here," Madam Bones said directly. "The ministry has been in quite an uproar since your visit this morning. Minister Fudge called an emergency session of department heads immediately after you left." Harry maintained a neutral expression, though inside he was both alarmed and gratified by the impact of his actions. "I'm simply claiming what's rightfully mine," he said calmly. "After learning about my inheritance, it seemed logical to inspect my properties." "Indeed," Madam Bones agreed. "Though many are questioning why this inheritance was only discovered now, and why you've been living with muggles all this time." Harry glanced at Ragnok before responding carefully. "Those are excellent questions, Madam Bones. I'm curious about the answers myself." A subtle smile crossed the witch's face. Direct and diplomatic. "Your father would be proud." The mention of his father caught Harry off guard. "You knew my father?" "I worked with both your parents during the war," she said. "Not closely, but enough to respect their courage and principles. James had a talent for seeing through deception, and Lily never backed down when she believed she was right." Harry absorbed this small glimpse into his parents' personalities, filing it away like a precious treasure. "Thank you for telling me that," he said quietly. Madam Bones nodded, her expression softening slightly. "Which brings me to the purpose of my visit. The wizarding world is about to descend upon you, Mr. Potter. Everyone from the minister to the press to fortune seekers will want access to the boy who lived, especially now that you've demonstrated control over a significant asset." "We are aware," Ragnok interjected. "Mr. Potter is taking appropriate precautions." "With all due respect," Madam Bones replied, "Goblin financial management, while exemplary, cannot substitute for proper wizarding guidance. Mr. Potter needs a magical guardian who understands our society's complexities." "Are you offering your services, Madam Bones?" Harry asked directly. She smiled again, more warmly this time. "I am, in fact. My position gives me certain immunities against political pressure. I cannot be easily removed or coerced, which would provide you with stability. Additionally, having grown up with Susan," she gestured to her niece, who straightened in her chair, "I understand the needs of a child your age." Harry considered this offer carefully. Madam Bones seemed straightforward and genuine. Her position would certainly provide protection from those who might seek to control him. And she had known his parents, however slightly. "I appreciate your offer," he said finally. "I'd like to consider it along with my other options before making any decisions." If Amelia Bones was disappointed by his lack of immediate acceptance, she didn't show it. A measured response. "Take whatever time you need. In the meantime, may I suggest introducing you to some of your future schoolmates? Susan will be in your year at Hogwarts, and I believe you might find common ground with several other heirs of prominent families." Harry glanced at the girl, who offered a shy smile. Unlike the adults he'd met today, she seemed to have no agenda beyond normal curiosity. "I'd like that," Harry said, returning her smile. "Excellent," Madam Bones stood. "Perhaps we could arrange a small gathering here in the coming days. Nothing formal, just an opportunity for you to meet some of your peers before the Hogwarts rush." "That sounds reasonable," Harry agreed, also standing. "Mimsy can coordinate the details." The house elf appeared instantly at the sound of her name, beaming at being included in the conversation. "One last thing, Mr. Potter," Madam Bones said as she prepared to leave. "You should expect an official owl from the ministry tomorrow, likely with various proposals regarding your property claim. I would advise having legal representation review any documents before you respond." "Gringotts provides comprehensive legal services," Ragnok said smoothly. "Of course," Madam Bones nodded. "Though wizarding law sometimes has nuances that goblin experts might overlook." "No offense intended," she added with a respectful nod to Ragnok. "None taken," the goblin replied, though his sharp teeth suggested otherwise. "Mr. Potter has access to both goblin and wizarding legal counsel." After the Bones had departed with promises to arrange the children's gathering soon, Harry collapsed back into his chair, exhausted by the day's events and the constant need to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. "You handled that well," Ragnok observed. "Amelia Bones would make a suitable magical guardian, though her position at the ministry could create conflicts of interest." "Do you think I can trust her?" Harry asked. "More than most," Ragnok said carefully. "Her family has a history of integrity, and she's one of the few ministry officials respected by both traditionalists and progressives. But my earlier advice stands: trust no one completely." Harry nodded, taking a long sip of his now lukewarm tea. "What happens tomorrow?" "Tomorrow," Ragnok said, "we begin building your power base in earnest." The next morning, Harry woke to sunlight streaming through windows larger than the Dursleys' entire bathroom. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was dreaming, the soft, enormous bed bearing no resemblance to his thin mattress in the cupboard. Then Mimsy appeared with a soft pop, carrying a breakfast tray laden with more food than Dudley could have consumed in one sitting, and reality came flooding back. He was Harry Potter, wizard, property owner, an apparent political force within a world he'd only discovered yesterday. "Good morning, Master Harry," Mimsy chirped. "Master has received many owls already this morning. Mimsy has put the letters in the study for Master to review when he is ready." "Thank you, Mimsy," Harry said, still marveling at the concept of having someone eager to serve him rather than the other way around. "How many is many?" 27 owls, Master Harry. All very important looking. And the flute has been chiming since dawn, but Mimsy told the callers that Master is not receiving visitors without appointments. Harry wasn't entirely sure what a flute was, but he was grateful for Mimsy's interference. The prospect of dealing with 27 letters was daunting enough without adding unexpected visitors to the mix. After a breakfast more delicious than anything Aunt Petunia had ever prepared, Harry made his way to the study where he found the promised stack of correspondence organized neatly on the desk. Ragnok had departed the previous evening with promises to return mid-morning, so Harry decided to wait for the goblin's guidance before opening any of the official-looking envelopes. Instead, he wandered to the library, drawn by the promise of knowledge about his newly discovered world. The room was circular, with shelves stretching from floor to ceiling and a spiral staircase leading to a second level. Books of all sizes filled the shelves, some bound in leather that seemed to shimmer with magical energy, others so ancient their spines had faded to illegibility. Harry ran his fingers along the nearest shelf, stopping at a modestly sized volume titled Hogwarts, A Student's Introduction. Pulling it down, he settled into a comfortable window seat and began to read about the school he would eventually attend. He was so absorbed in learning about the 4 houses, moving staircases, and enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall that he barely noticed the time passing until Mimsy appeared to announce Ragnok's arrival. In the study once more, Harry found not only Ragnok but also a tall, distinguished wizard with salt and pepper hair and sharp blue eyes. "Mr. Potter," Ragnok greeted him. "May I present Nathaniel Greengrass, senior partner at Greengrass, Ogden, and Fairweather, wizarding solicitors. I've taken the liberty of engaging his services to review the ministry's proposals." Harry shook the wizard's hand, noting his firm grip and direct gaze. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Greengrass." "The honor is mine, Mr. Potter," Greengrass replied. "My firm has handled Potter family legal matters for generations, though I must admit we've been underutilized since your parents' passing. Another oversight to address, Ragnok said drily. But first, let us review today's correspondence. Together, they sorted through the pile of letters, which Ragnok categorized with ruthless efficiency, ministry official response, to be reviewed by Mr. Greengrass. Press inquiry, ignore for now. Social invitation from the Malfoys, interesting timing, consider with caution. Hogwarts administrative notification, standard procedure when magical children return to Wizarding Society. Offer of guardianship from Augusta Longbottom, potentially viable, her grandson will be in your year. Genealogical inquiry from the Black family solicitors, significant, mark for priority response. And on it went, until the letters were sorted into neat piles of varying importance. The largest stack, marked for immediate attention, contained the ministry's formal response to Harry's property claim. Mr. Greengrass spent over an hour reviewing these documents, occasionally muttering to himself or making notes with an elegant quill that required no ink. Finally, he looked up with an expression of grudging respect. "They've been thorough, I'll give them that," he said. "The ministry is offering a comprehensive settlement package, full acknowledgement of your ownership rights, a structured payment plan for back rent plus interest, formalization of your access privileges, and establishment of a Potter seat on the Wizengamot to be held in trust until you reach majority." "That sounds reasonable," Harry said uncertainly. "It's certainly more generous than I expected," Greengrass agreed. "However, there are concerning clauses regarding your guardianship. They're proposing establishment of a guidance council, comprised of ministry officials to oversee your reintegration into Wizarding Society." Ragnok made a sound like metal scraping stone. "A transparent attempt to maintain control." "Precisely," Greengrass nodded. "They're offering gold with one hand while securing influence with the other. Classic ministry tactic." Harry frowned. "So they're trying to buy me off while making sure they can still tell me what to do." "An apt summary," Greengrass said, looking somewhat impressed by Harry's grasp of the situation. "They've also included a non-disclosure agreement regarding the original confrontation, effectively rewriting history to suggest a mutual discovery of the property situation rather than your assertion of rights." "I don't like that," Harry said immediately. "I don't want to pretend it didn't happen the way it did." "A wise instinct," Greengrass agreed. "Your leverage comes partly from others knowing you were willing to stand up to the ministry. Surrendering that narrative weakens your position. What do you recommend?" Harry asked. Greengrass steepled his fingers thoughtfully. "We counter. Accept the financial terms and Wizengamot seat, reject the guidance council in favor of a single magical guardian of your choosing, and modify the confidentiality clause to allow factual statements about the property discovery without inflammatory language." "That sounds reasonable," Harry nodded. "Can you draft something?" "Already begun," Greengrass said with a slight smile, tapping his notes. "I'll have a formal response ready for your review by this afternoon." Their discussion was interrupted by Mimsy, who appeared with her usual pop but looking uncharacteristically flustered. "Master Harry. There is being a very persistent wizard at the gates. He is saying he is from the minister's office and must speak with Master immediately." Harry looked to his advisors questioningly. "Interesting timing," Ragnok observed. "They must be concerned about our response to their proposal. Would it be better to see him or make him wait?" Harry asked. "See him," Greengrass advised. "But in the formal receiving room, not your study. Establish the dynamic immediately, he's a visitor in your home, not a colleague in a meeting." Harry nodded and turned to Mimsy. "Please show the minister's representative to the receiving room. Tell him I'll join him shortly." The receiving room, as Harry discovered, was designed specifically to impress and slightly intimidate visitors. High ceilings, ancestral portraits watching from the walls, and furniture arranged to give the master of the house a subtle position of advantage over guests. Taking a deep breath and straightening his new robes, delivered that morning by an efficient Gringotts service, Harry entered to find a thin, nervous-looking wizard with a pinched face pacing before the fireplace. "Mr. Potter," the wizard exclaimed, rushing forward with hand extended. Percival Weasley, Junior Assistant to the Minister for Magic. Such an honor to meet you, sir, truly an honor. Harry shook the offered hand, noting the wizard's overeager grip and the sheen of sweat on his brow. Mr. Weasley. Welcome to Potter's Rest. Yes, well, thank you, Weasley said, glancing around as if expecting to see someone else. I must say, this is all very irregular. The minister was quite surprised to learn you'd taken up residence here without notifying the proper authorities. Harry raised an eyebrow, channeling Ragnok's unimpressed expression. I wasn't aware I needed permission to occupy my own property, Mr. Weasley. Well, no, not technically, but there are protocols, guardianship considerations. The minister is very concerned about your welfare. How thoughtful, Harry interrupted coolly, considering I lived in a cupboard for 8 years without any ministry concern whatsoever. Weasley blinked rapidly, clearly thrown off his prepared script. A cupboard? Surely you're exaggerating, Mr. Potter. The ministry was assured by Professor Dumbledore that you were being well cared for. Professor Dumbledore has never once visited me at the Dursleys, Harry stated flatly. So I'm curious about the basis for his assurances. Weasley struggled visibly to regain his composure. That's not why I'm here. The minister sent me to personally extend an invitation for you to attend a special ceremony recognizing your return to Wizarding Society and the rediscovery of your historical connection to the ministry grounds. Harry thought, exactly as Ragnok predicted, Fudge was trying to control the narrative. That's very kind, Harry said carefully, but I've already received the ministry's written proposal and am reviewing it with my legal counsel. I think it would be premature to participate in any ceremonies before we've reached a formal agreement. Weasley's expression shifted from nervous to alarmed. Legal counsel. But the minister assured me this was a friendly arrangement, no need for solicitors and formal negotiations. I'm 9 years old, Mr. Weasley, Harry pointed out reasonably. It would be irresponsible to handle complex property and inheritance matters without proper guidance. Yes, of course, but, Weasley stopped himself, visibly regrouping. The minister specifically asked me to emphasize how important it is that we present a united front to the wizarding public. Certain elements might try to exploit any perceived conflict between yourself and the ministry. What elements would those be? Harry asked innocently. Well, there are always those who seek to disrupt the peace we've worked so hard to achieve since the war, Weasley said vaguely. The minister feels that your cooperation would send a powerful message of stability. Translation: Fudge is worried about looking weak, Harry thought. I appreciate the minister's concerns, he said aloud. Please assure him that I have no interest in disrupting peace or stability. I simply want what's rightfully mine, including the truth about my family and my place in this world. Weasley nodded eagerly, apparently relieved by Harry's reasonable tone. Absolutely, Mr. Potter, absolutely. The minister fully supports your right to learn about your heritage. In fact, he's proposed creating a special educational program just for you, to help you catch up on wizarding customs and history before you start at Hogwarts. Harry recognized another attempt at control but kept his expression polite. That won't be necessary. I've already arranged for appropriate tutoring. You have? But who? Weasley cut himself off again. Of course, that's your prerogative. The minister will be disappointed, but he'll understand. Perhaps you'd consider a brief meeting with him instead. Just the two of you, to discuss your future role in our society. Please tell Minister Fudge that I'll be happy to meet with him after my legal team has reviewed and responded to the ministry's proposal, Harry said firmly. I believe in handling matters in their proper order. Recognizing defeat, Weasley finally took his leave with promises to convey Harry's message to the minister. As the door closed behind him, Ragnok and Greengrass emerged from the adjoining room where they had been listening to the exchange. Well handled, Greengrass approved. You maintained control of the conversation without being overtly hostile. Fudge is clearly panicking, Ragnok observed with satisfaction. Sending a junior assistant instead of coming himself suggests he's either too busy managing the fallout or too uncertain of his reception. I almost feel sorry for Mr. Weasley, Harry admitted. He seemed genuinely confused by how things are playing out. Percy Weasley is ambitious but naive, Greengrass said dismissively. He believes ministry service is the height of respectability. His family knows better, though they've never had the influence to show him why. The Weasleys are an old pure-blood family fallen on hard times, Ragnok explained, seeing Harry's questioning look. They align politically against families like the Malfoys, who were among your more interesting correspondence this morning. Speaking of which, Greengrass interjected, we should discuss the Malfoy invitation. Lucius Malfoy is not a man who acts without purpose, and his sudden interest in you is telling. Harry recalled the name from the sordid mail earlier. He sent a social invitation. To a midsummer gathering at Malfoy Manor, Greengrass confirmed. Ostensibly to introduce you to appropriate wizarding families. By which he means those who share his political views, Ragnok added drily. Malfoy was a prominent supporter of the Dark Lord, though he claimed to be under magical compulsion after the war ended. Harry frowned. He supported the wizard who killed my parents, and now he wants to host me for tea. Politics makes for strange bedfellows, Greengrass said with a shrug. Malfoy likely sees an opportunity to influence you before others can secure your loyalty. He controls a significant voting bloc in the Wisengamot and has Fudge's ear in most matters. So he's powerful, Harry summarized. But not trustworthy. A succinct assessment, Greengrass agreed. However, declining his invitation outright would make an enemy unnecessarily. I suggest a polite deferral, express appreciation but cite prior commitments and the need to settle your affairs before engaging in social obligations. Meanwhile, Ragnok continued, Madame Bones's proposed gathering of your future schoolmates offers a more neutral introduction to wizarding society. I recommend accepting that invitation while postponing Malfoy's. Harry nodded, though the constant political calculations were beginning to make his head spin. How was he supposed to keep track of all these factions and interests when he'd only learned about the wizarding world yesterday? As if reading his thoughts, Greengrass spoke again, his tone gentler than before. This is a lot to absorb at once, Mr. Potter. No one expects you to become a political mastermind overnight. The important thing is to avoid making irrevocable decisions while you're still learning the landscape. Exactly, Ragnok agreed. For now, focus on securing your legal position and establishing your independence. The rest will come with time. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. Right. One step at a time. The remainder of the day passed in a blur of activity. Greengrass completed his draft response to the ministry, which Harry reviewed with painstaking attention before approving. Ragnok provided a detailed inventory of the Potter vaults, including heirlooms, books, and artifacts that could be transferred to Potter's Rest for Harry's use. Mimsy coordinated with Madame Bones regarding the proposed gathering of young wizards and witches, which was scheduled for the following afternoon. By evening, Harry felt as though he'd absorbed more information in 2 days than in all his previous years combined. His head ached with the effort of keeping track of names, relationships, and political nuances. Seeking a break, he wandered into the gardens behind the manor, finding a peaceful spot beside a small ornamental pond. As he watched golden fish dart among lily pads, Harry tried to reconcile the boy he'd been just days ago, unwanted, unloved, sleeping in a cupboard, with the influential figure he was apparently becoming. Master Harry is troubled. Harry looked up to find Mimsy standing nearby, her large eyes reflecting genuine concern. Just overwhelmed, Mimsy, he admitted. Everything's changing so fast. The house elf nodded sagely. Mimsy remembers when Master James was saying the same thing after his parents passed. He was saying the responsibility came too soon, but he was growing into it, just as Master Harry will. You knew my father well? Harry asked eagerly. Oh yes, Mimsy said, her ears perking up. Mimsy was serving the Potter family since before Master James was born. Master James was a mischievous boy, always playing pranks and flying too fast on his broom. But he was growing up to be a good master, kind and fair. And my mother? Harry prompted. Mimsey's expression softened further. Mistress Lily was the smartest witch Mimsey ever served. She was learning all the Potter traditions so quickly, even the old magics that some pure-blood witches never master. And she was always thanking the elves, treating us with respect. Harry absorbed these small details hungrily, building a mental image of the parents he couldn't remember. Did they come here often? Not after they were married, Mimsey said, her ears drooping slightly. They were living at the cottage in the village because of the war. They were saying it was safer to be in a smaller house with special protections. She twisted her tea towel anxiously. Mimsey wanted to serve them there, but Master James was saying no, the elves must stay at Potter's Rest to keep it ready for when. Her voice broke. For when little Master Harry would come home. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. They were planning for me, even during the war. Oh yes, Master Harry. They were always talking about your future, about teaching you to fly and showing you the Potter Library and taking you to Hogwarts for the first time. Mimsey wiped her eyes. They were loving you very much, Master Harry. Very much indeed. Something warm and painful expanded in Harry's chest, grief for what he'd lost combined with a profound gratitude for what he'd found. These connections to his parents, these small glimpses of their love for him, were worth more than all the vaults of gold or property deeds in the world. Thank you, Mimsey, he said quietly. For taking care of this place for me. For waiting. The elf straightened proudly despite her tearful eyes. It is being Mimsey's honor, Master Harry. And now Mimsey will be taking care of Master too, just as she promised Master James. As twilight deepened into evening, Harry remained by the pond, finding unexpected peace in the knowledge that he was exactly where his parents had intended him to be, home. The next morning brought a fresh wave of correspondence, including an official ministry seal on Greengrass's counterproposal and a formal acceptance from Madame Bones regarding the afternoon gathering. Harry was reviewing these with Ragnok when the study fireplace suddenly erupted in emerald flames. Harry jumped back in alarm, but Ragnok merely looked annoyed at the interruption. Flul call, the goblin explained. Someone is attempting to contact you through the wizarding fire communication network. Before Harry could respond, a head appeared in the flames, an elderly wizard with a long white beard, half-moon spectacles, and twinkling blue eyes. Ah, Harry my boy, the floating head said cheerfully. I thought I might find you here. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Might I step through for a brief chat? Harry glanced at Ragnok, who gave a subtle nod, though his expression had turned guarded. Yes, sir, Harry replied, unsure of the proper protocol for talking to a disembodied head in his fireplace. The flames flared higher, and a moment later, the full figure of Albus Dumbledore stepped gracefully into the study, brushing a speck of ash from his elaborate purple robes. He was tall and thin, with an air of serene confidence that immediately dominated the room. Thank you for receiving me without notice, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling as they swept over Harry, lingering momentarily on his scar before moving to Ragnok. And Senior Manager Ragnok as well. How fortunate to find you both together. Headmaster, Ragnok acknowledged with a formal nod that notably lacked his usual bow. Your visit is unexpected. The best ones often are, Dumbledore replied lightly. Though I must admit, finding young Harry established at Potter's Rest was somewhat less surprising. News travels quickly in our small community. Sir, Harry began, trying to organize his thoughts. This was the man who had supposedly arranged his placement with the Dursleys, who had assured the ministry he was being well cared for without ever checking. Yet he couldn't deny a certain fascination with the legendary wizard. I wasn't expecting to meet you until Hogwarts. Indeed, that was my original plan, Dumbledore agreed, conjuring a comfortable chintz armchair with a casual wave of his wand and settling into it. However, recent developments suggested a more immediate introduction might be beneficial. May I offer my congratulations on discovering your inheritance? The ministry has been quite abuzz with the news. Something in the headmaster's tone, a hint of gentle amusement rather than surprise, caught Harry's attention. You knew, he realized aloud. About the ministry land. About my inheritance. You knew all along. Dumbledore's smile remained, but his eyes grew more serious. I was aware of the Potter family's historical connection to the ministry grounds, yes. Your father mentioned it once during a particularly tense moment in the war, though I don't believe he ever intended to leverage it as you have done. Why didn't you tell me? Harry demanded, a flash of anger cutting through his usual caution. Why leave me with the Dursleys believing I had nothing, that my parents left me nothing? Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. That, Harry, is a complex question with an answer you may not find satisfying. I placed you with your aunt for reasons of protection, magical protection tied to your mother's sacrifice and her blood, which flows in her sister's veins. Protection from what? Harry asked skeptically. Voldemort's gone, isn't he? Both Ragnok and Dumbledore flinched slightly at the name, though for different reasons. His body was destroyed that night, Dumbledore acknowledged, but I have long believed that Lord Voldemort found ways to tether himself to this world. Ways that might someday allow his return. Harry stared at the headmaster in disbelief. You think he's coming back? And that's why you left me in a cupboard for 8 years? Dumbledore's expression registered genuine shock for the first time. A cupboard? Harry, what do you mean? My bedroom, Harry said flatly. At the Dursleys. The cupboard under the stairs. That's where I slept until I was 7, when they finally moved me to Dudley's second bedroom because I was getting too tall for the cupboard. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Ragnok's expression had turned murderous, while Dumbledore's usual twinkle had vanished entirely, replaced by something cold and dangerous. I was not aware of this, Dumbledore said quietly. The monitoring charms I placed should have alerted me to any mistreatment. Well, they didn't work, Harry said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. Just like the ministry's supposed obligation to protect the last Potter didn't work. No one checked. No one cared. I cared, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. Perhaps too much about your survival and too little about your happiness. An error in judgment I deeply regret. The simple admission caught Harry off guard. He had expected denials or excuses, not a straightforward acknowledgement of failure. The blood protection was real, Dumbledore continued. It kept you safe from those who would harm you in the magical world. But I see now that I failed to ensure you were properly cared for within that protection. For that, I can only offer my profound apology. Harry wasn't sure how to respond. Part of him wanted to stay angry, to reject the apology as too little, too late. But another part recognized the genuine regret in the old wizard's eyes. What happens now? He asked instead. That, Dumbledore said, is largely up to you. You've already begun establishing your independence, claiming your inheritance, and building relationships within our world. I would not presume to dictate your path forward. But you have opinions, Harry guessed. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Indeed I do. I believe your safety remains paramount, though I now see that safety must encompass more than mere physical protection. I believe you would benefit from guardianship that understands both the magical and mundane worlds. And I believe that flaunting your leverage over the ministry, while undeniably satisfying, may create more complications than advantages in the long term. Ragnok, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. The boy was wronged, Dumbledore. By the ministry, by his relatives, and yes, by your own decisions. He deserves restitution. On that we agree, Dumbledore nodded. But there are many forms of restitution beyond gold and political power. Knowledge, for instance. Truth. Connection to his parents' world and legacy. Harry considered this. You knew my parents well. Very well, Dumbledore confirmed. I was their headmaster, their mentor during the war, and I like to think, their friend. They were extraordinary people, Harry, not just in their magical abilities, but in their capacity for loyalty, courage, and love. Would you? Harry hesitated, then pressed on. Would you tell me about them sometime? Not now, but, when there's more time. It would be my honor, Dumbledore said softly. Their story is one worth telling, in all its complexity. A silence fell over the room, not uncomfortable but weighted with unspoken possibilities. Finally, Ragnok cleared his throat. Mr. Potter has a gathering of young wizards and witches this afternoon, he said pointedly. Arranged by Madame Bones. Ah, excellent. Dumbledore brightened. Amelia has a good head on her shoulders. Her niece Susan is a delightful young witch, you'll find her company refreshing after so much political maneuvering. Harry nodded, suddenly eager for the promised meeting with children his own age. After days of navigating adult complexities, the prospect of normal social interaction was appealing. I'll take my leave then, Dumbledore said, rising from his conjured chair, which vanished as he stood. But Harry, if I may offer one piece of advice. In the coming days, many will seek to define you by your inheritance, your fame, or your potential political influence. Remember that you are more than these things. You are James and Lily's son, a wizard in your own right, and a young man with choices before you. With that, Dumbledore stepped back into the fireplace, threw down a pinch of glittering powder, and disappeared in a whoosh of green flames, leaving Harry with yet more to think about. The afternoon gathering proved to be exactly what Harry needed after days of intense political and financial discussions. Madame Bones arrived promptly at 2 o'clock, accompanied by Susan and 3 other children around Harry's age. Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said formally, though her eyes held warmth. May I present my niece Susan, whom you've met, Hannah Abbott, whose mother serves on the Wizarding Examination Authority, Neville Longbottom, heir to the noble house of Longbottom, and Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born witch who has already received her Hogwarts acceptance letter due to exceptional magical ability. Each child reacted differently to Harry's greeting. Susan offered a friendly smile, having already broken the ice during their brief meeting. Hannah curtsied nervously, her blonde pigtails bobbing. Neville, a round-faced boy who seemed to be trying to disappear into his robes, managed a mumbled greeting. Hermione, a girl with bushy brown hair and an eager expression, shook Harry's hand with surprising firmness. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Harry said, genuinely meaning it. Welcome to Potter's Rest. We'll leave you young people to get acquainted, Madame Bones said. I'll be in the south parlor with the other adults if you need anything. With that, she departed, leaving the 5 children in the manor's sunlit conservatory, surrounded by exotic magical plants and comfortable seating arranged in a circle. Is it true you threatened to evict the entire ministry? Hermione blurted out the moment Madame Bones was out of earshot. Hermione. Hannah gasped. You can't just ask that. Why not? Hermione looked genuinely confused. It's in all the papers. The Daily Prophet said Harry discovered an ancient Potter claim to the ministry lands and confronted Minister Fudge directly. It's not polite to believe everything in the Prophet, Neville stammered. My gran says half of it's rubbish. Harry found himself smiling at the normal interaction, so different from the calculated conversations he'd been having with adults. It's all right, he assured them. And yes, it's partly true. I did discover that my family owns the land the ministry is built on. The lease was supposed to be renewed 16 years ago, so technically they're in breach of contract. That's fascinating, Hermione said, leaning forward eagerly. Is it a magical contract? Those are binding on a fundamental level, according to Magical Law and Practice, by Wilmot Greenbridge. The ministry couldn't just ignore it even if they wanted to. You've read Greenbridge? Susan asked, looking impressed. That's OWL level material. Hermione blushed slightly. Well, when I found out I was a witch, I wanted to learn everything I could about the magical world. I wish I had your confidence, Hannah sighed. I'm half-blood, and I still feel like I don't know enough sometimes. I'm pure blood, Neville admitted quietly, and I feel that way all the time. Harry felt an immediate kinship with all of them, each navigating their place in the wizarding world with different backgrounds and challenges. I don't know much about anything magical, he confessed. I grew up with Muggle relatives who never told me about any of this. I'm learning everything from scratch. Instead of the pity or awkwardness he half expected, his admission seemed to break the ice completely. For the next hour, the conversation flowed freely as each child shared bits of knowledge about the wizarding world from their unique perspective. Neville, despite his shyness, knew an impressive amount about magical plants and pureblood traditions. Susan offered insights into ministry workings gleaned from her aunt. Hannah contributed tidbits about wizarding culture and everyday life. And Hermione, despite being Muggle-born, had accumulated a staggering amount of book knowledge about their world. So the houses at Hogwarts really matter? Harry asked as they moved on to discussing their future school. They become like your family, Susan explained. You live together, take classes together, and earn points for your house. My parents were both in Gryffindor, Harry said, remembering what Ragnok had told him. The house for the brave. My gran expects me to be in Gryffindor too, Neville said glumly. Like my parents. But I'm not brave at all. That's not true, Hannah protested. You came here today even though you were nervous. That's brave. Neville blushed but looked pleased by the support. I think I'd like Ravenclaw, Hermione mused. The house of knowledge and learning. You'd fit right in, Susan agreed. Though Hufflepuff is wonderful too, that's where I'll probably be, like my aunt. Loyalty and hard work. What about Slytherin? Harry asked. No one's mentioned it. An awkward silence fell over the group. Slytherin has a reputation, Susan finally said carefully. For producing dark wizards. You know who was from Slytherin, and so were most of his followers. Not all Slytherins are bad, Hannah added quickly. My uncle was in Slytherin, and he's perfectly nice. But they tend to be very ambitious. And mostly pure blood, Hermione said with a slight edge to her voice. I've read that Slytherin rarely accepts Muggleborns. Harry considered this information thoughtfully. So houses aren't just about personality, they're about politics too. Everything in the wizarding world is about politics, one way or another, said a new voice from the conservatory doorway. They all turned to see a girl their age with sleek black hair and intelligent blue eyes, standing beside a man who was clearly her father, given their matching features and regal bearing. Lord Greengrass, Harry said, recognizing his solicitor. I wasn't expecting you until later. My apologies for the intrusion, Greengrass replied smoothly. Madame Bones was kind enough to allow me to bring my daughter Daphne to join your gathering while we discussed the ministry's latest response. Of course, Harry said, standing to greet them properly. Everyone, this is Mr. Greengrass, my solicitor, and his daughter Daphne. After introductions were completed and Mr. Greengrass had departed to join the adults, Daphne took the empty seat beside Harry with the poise of someone accustomed to formal social situations. Slytherin isn't all bad, Potter, she said, picking up the previous conversation as if there had been no interruption. It's the house of ambition and cunning, yes, but also of self-preservation and careful planning. Not every ambitious person wants to be a Dark Lord. Daphne's family has been in Slytherin for generations, Susan explained to the others. But they stayed neutral during the war. Neutral? Hermione questioned, looking skeptical. Pragmatic, Daphne corrected without embarrassment. The Greengrass family doesn't pledge allegiance to individuals, only to principles that serve our interests. Father always says that following charismatic leaders is the quickest way to lose your head, literally, in some cases. Harry found himself both intrigued and slightly unsettled by Daphne's straightforward assessment. She spoke with a maturity beyond their years, reminding him somewhat of his own recent attempts to navigate adult politics. So which house do you think I should be in? He asked her directly. Daphne studied him thoughtfully. You're already showing Slytherin traits with how you've handled the ministry. Leveraging your assets, demanding recognition of your rights, building alliances. She tilted her head. But confronting Fudge directly had a Gryffindor flair. And seeking knowledge about your family suggests Ravenclaw tendencies. So, any house but Hufflepuff? Harry joked. Hey! Susan protested good-naturedly. Actually, Daphne said seriously, loyalty to your parents' memory and willingness to work hard to establish yourself in our world could easily be Hufflepuff traits. You're not easy to categorize, Potter. I think that's a good thing, Hermione offered. It means you can choose the house that feels right to you. Choose? Harry asked. I thought the houses were assigned somehow. This launched a lively debate about Hogwarts sorting methods, with theories ranging from tests of magical ability to personality assessments. Throughout the afternoon, the conversation flowed naturally from topic to topic: Quidditch, which Neville and Hermione knew little about, magical creatures, Hannah's particular interest, wizarding politics, where Daphne and Susan were most knowledgeable, and dozens of other subjects. By the time Madame Bones returned to collect the young visitors, Harry felt more at ease than he had in days. These weren't political allies or financial advisors, they were potential friends, each offering a different perspective on the world he was entering. I hope we can do this again, he said as they prepared to leave. Definitely, Susan agreed warmly. Maybe next time at our house. Aunt Amelia has a Quidditch pitch. I'd like that, Harry smiled. All of you would be welcome. As they departed through the Floo, a magical transportation method Harry was still getting used to, each leaving in a whoosh of green flame, Harry found himself already looking forward to seeing them again. Even Daphne, despite her cool demeanor, had promised to send him a book on wizarding etiquette that would save him from embarrassing himself in public. When the last guest had gone, Harry collapsed into a chair, emotionally drained but unexpectedly happy. For perhaps the first time in his life, he'd spent an afternoon just being a normal child with other children, albeit magical ones. Mimsy appeared with a tray of tea and biscuits, beaming at him. Master Harry is making friends. Just as Master James and Mistress Lily would want. Yes, Harry agreed, accepting a cup of tea with a smile. I think I am. While Harry's social circle was expanding, the political situation surrounding his ministry claim continued to evolve. The following morning brought news that the Daily Prophet had published a front-page story detailing the Potter family's historical ownership of the ministry grounds, complete with speculation about Harry's intentions. They're calling you the boy who owned, Ragnok reported, showing Harry the newspaper at their morning meeting. Public reaction is mixed. Some find it amusing that a child has such leverage over Fudge, others are concerned about potential disruption to government functions. I never said I wanted to disrupt anything, Harry protested, scanning the article with a frown. I just want what's mine. Perception often matters more than reality in politics, Mr. Greengrass said, joining them with a stack of parchments. Which is why the ministry's latest response attempts to reframe the narrative yet again. The new proposal was more conciliatory than the first, dropping the requirement for a guidance council and accepting most of Greengrass's counterterms. However, it still included a carefully worded press release that portrayed the situation as a collaborative rediscovery rather than Harry's assertion of rights. They're determined to save face, Greengrass observed. Fudge can't afford to appear cowed by a 9-year-old, no matter how famous. Does it matter? Harry asked. As long as I get what I want in the actual agreement. Greengrass and Ragnok exchanged approving glances. A pragmatic approach, Ragnok acknowledged. Though public perception will affect your future interactions with the Ministry and Wizarding Society at large. Let them have their press release, Harry decided after consideration. As long as the legal document acknowledges the truth, they can tell the public whatever makes them feel better. Very well, Greengrass nodded, making a note. I'll draft our acceptance with minor adjustments to the financial schedule. They're trying to backload the payments, which would leave future administrations with the bulk of the burden. Their discussion was interrupted by Mimsy, who appeared with an expression of unusual concern. "Master Harry, sir, there is being a problem at the gates. A man with very long blonde hair is demanding to see you, saying he is an important person who doesn't need appointments." Harry glanced at his advisors questioningly. "Lucius Malfoy," Greengrass said immediately. "Interesting that he's chosen to come uninvited after you delayed responding to his invitation." "A power play," Ragnok agreed. "He's accustomed to access on demand." Harry considered his options. "What happens if I refuse to see him?" "You'll make an enemy," Greengrass said frankly. "Though how dangerous an enemy depends on what he wants from you. The Malfoys are influential, wealthy, and not accustomed to being denied." Harry thought back to his conversation with Daphne about Slytherin traits. If Malfoy supported Voldemort, the wizard who killed his parents, then there was already an inherent conflict between them. But refusing to even meet would close doors before Harry fully understood the political landscape. "I'll see him," he decided. "But briefly, and in the formal receiving room like we did with Percy Weasley." Greengrass nodded approvingly. "I'll accompany you, if you permit. Lucius and I have history. My presence will signal that you have established allies." "And I will excuse myself," Ragnok said. "Malfoy's views on non-humans are well known, and my presence would only inflame tensions." Once arrangements were made, Harry found himself seated in the receiving room's master chair, Greengrass standing unobtrusively to his right, awaiting the arrival of Lucius Malfoy. The man who entered moved with the confidence of someone who had never doubted his welcome anywhere. Tall and aristocratic, with long platinum blonde hair and expensive robes, he carried a silver-tipped cane that Harry suspected was more for show than necessity. Behind him trailed a boy about Harry's age who could only be his son, the same white blonde hair, pointed features, and haughty expression in miniature. "Mr. Potter," Malfoy said, his voice smooth and cultured. "How kind of you to receive us without notice. Lucius Malfoy, and my son, Draco." Harry rose and extended his hand as Greengrass had coached him. "Mr. Malfoy, welcome to Potter's Rest." Malfoy shook Harry's hand briefly, his eyes flicking to the lightning scar on Harry's forehead before moving to Greengrass with a slight narrowing. "Nathaniel," he acknowledged coolly. "I didn't realize you had resumed your family's traditional service to the Potters." "Recent developments made it appropriate," Greengrass replied with equal coolness. "Indeed." Malfoy turned his attention back to Harry. "I must admit, Mr. Potter, your emergence into our world has been rather more dramatic than anyone anticipated. The Ministry is quite in disarray over your property claim." "So I've heard," Harry said neutrally. "My son and I thought it prudent to welcome you properly to Wizarding Society," Malfoy continued smoothly. "There are certain families, certain connections, that can ease your transition into our world." "I appreciate the thought," Harry said. "I've already begun making connections, though. I met several of my future Hogwarts classmates yesterday." "Ah yes, Madame Bones's little gathering," Malfoy said with a dismissive wave. "A commendable start, but hardly comprehensive. The wizarding world has many facets, Mr. Potter, some more influential than others." Harry noticed that throughout this exchange, the younger Malfoy had remained silent, watching Harry with an expression that mixed curiosity with what seemed like rehearsed disdain. "You received our invitation to Malfoy Manor, I presume?" Lucius continued. "Yes, thank you," Harry nodded. "I haven't had a chance to respond yet. These past few days have been rather busy with ministry negotiations and property inspections." "Perfectly understandable," Malfoy said smoothly. "Which is precisely why I thought a personal visit might be more effective. My family hosts an annual midsummer gathering that attracts the most distinguished members of our society." As the last Potteran, his eyes flicked to Harry's scar again, "a person of particular historical significance, your presence would be most welcome." The calculation behind the invitation was transparent, even to Harry's inexperienced eyes. Malfoy wanted to publicly associate himself with the boy who lived, perhaps to further distance himself from his alleged forced support of Voldemort. "Your invitation is very kind," Harry said carefully. "But I'm still settling into wizarding society. Mr. Greengrass has advised me to limit my public appearances until the ministry situation is resolved." "Has he?" Malfoy's gaze sharpened as it shifted to Greengrass. "How cautious of him. Though I wonder if such isolation serves your interests or his." Before Harry could respond to this thinly veiled accusation, the younger Malfoy finally spoke up. "Father said you grew up with Muggles," he said, his tone making the word sound like a disease. "Is that true?" "Draco," Lucius admonished, though without much force. "It's all right," Harry said, turning to address the boy directly. "Yes, I was raised by my mother's sister and her husband. They're Muggles." Draco's nose wrinkled slightly. "That must have been awful. Living without magic, I mean." "It had its challenges," Harry agreed neutrally, not wanting to discuss the Dursleys' treatment of him with strangers. "You'll find Hogwarts much better," Draco continued with the confidence of someone repeating oft-heard assurances. "Especially if you're sorted into Slytherin. It's the best house, obviously. All the Malfoys have been Slytherins." "So I've heard," Harry said. "Though I understand all the houses have their merits." Draco looked like he wanted to argue this point, but a subtle gesture from his father silenced him. "Your diplomatic answer speaks well of your instincts, Mr. Potter," Lucius said with a thin smile. "Though you'll find that in our world, as in any other, some associations are more advantageous than others. I would be happy to advise you on such matters, informally, of course, without encroaching on Mr. Greengrass's professional territory." The offer was delivered smoothly, but Harry sensed the steel beneath the silk. Malfoy was used to influence and access, and he clearly expected Harry, a mere child, after all, to be flattered by his attention. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said, maintaining his polite tone. "Right now, I'm focused on learning as much as I can about my family's history and my place in wizarding society." "A commendable goal," Malfoy nodded. "The Potters are, of course, an old and respected family, despite some of their more progressive tendencies in recent generations. Your grandparents, Fleamont and Euphemia, were much more traditional than your father became under Dumbledore's influence." The subtle dig at both his father and Dumbledore wasn't lost on Harry, but he kept his expression neutral. "I'm learning about all aspects of my family history," he said. "Including my mother's contributions." Something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, distaste, perhaps, or calculation. "Of course. Your mother was, by all accounts, an exceptionally talented witch. A credit to her background." Harry felt a flash of anger at the barely concealed condescension toward his Muggle-born mother but kept it from showing on his face. "She was," he agreed simply. "Powerful enough to defeat Voldemort and save my life." The room temperature seemed to drop several degrees at Harry's casual use of the Dark Lord's name. Draco gasped audibly, and even Lucius's composed facade cracked slightly, his hand tightening on his cane. "You would be wise," Malfoy said after a moment, his voice noticeably cooler, "to exercise caution when speaking of such matters. That name is not used in polite society." "I apologize for the discomfort," Harry said, not sounding particularly sorry. "In the Muggle world, we're taught that fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. Muggle wisdom has its limitations when applied to magical realities," Malfoy replied dismissively. "Some names carry power beyond mere syllables." Greengrass, who had remained silent throughout most of the exchange, chose this moment to intervene. "Speaking of power, Lucius, I believe the Wisengamot summer session begins next week. Will you be presenting the importation regulation amendments your coalition has been advocating?" The subtle redirection worked. Malfoy turned to address Greengrass, launching into a detailed discussion of pending legislation that Harry could tell was meant to impress him with Malfoy's political influence. Draco, meanwhile, continued to study Harry with what seemed like conflicted curiosity. After several minutes of political discourse that flew over Harry's head, Malfoy finally brought the conversation back to his original purpose. "Consider my offer of guidance, Mr. Potter," he said. "And do reconsider attending our midsummer gathering. It would be an excellent opportunity to meet influential families in a more controlled environment than the ministry circus you've initiated." Harry maintained his diplomatic smile. "I'll certainly consider it, Mr. Malfoy. Thank you for taking the time to visit today." Recognizing the dismissal, Malfoy inclined his head slightly. "Until next time, then. Come, Draco." As the Malfoys departed, Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Well handled," Greengrass commented once they were alone. "You maintained composure while neither committing to nor explicitly rejecting his overtures." "He's not what I expected," Harry admitted. "I thought someone who supported Voldemort would be more obviously evil." "The most dangerous serpents rarely advertise their venom," Greengrass said. "Lucius cultivates an image of aristocratic refinement precisely because it disarms potential opponents. Make no mistake, he is as ruthless as he is powerful." "And his son?" Harry asked, remembering Draco's strange mixture of rehearsed superiority and genuine curiosity. "A product of his upbringing," Greengrass said with a slight shrug. "The Malfoys have raised their heir to believe in pureblood supremacy and family primacy above all. Whether he grows into his father's image or develops his own path remains to be seen." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I don't think I want to attend their gathering." "A wise instinct," Greengrass agreed. "Though an outright refusal would create unnecessary friction. A polite deferral citing prior commitments would be more strategic." "More Slytherin, you mean," Harry said with a small smile, remembering Daphne's assessment of his house potential. Greengrass returned the smile with a rare one of his own. "Perhaps. Though I prefer to think of it as prudent rather than specifically Slytherin. Not all wisdom belongs to a single house." As the day progressed, Harry found himself increasingly preoccupied with the various factions and interests seeking to influence him. The Malfoys represented one extreme, but there were others: Dumbledore with his cryptic warnings and apologies, Fudge with his political maneuvering, even the well-meaning Madame Bones with her offer of guardianship. How was he supposed to navigate all these competing interests when he barely understood the basics of wizarding society? Seeking a moment of peace, Harry retreated to the library once more, this time pulling down a volume titled Hogwarts, A History. Perhaps understanding more about the school where he would eventually spend most of his time would help him make sense of the house rivalries and political undercurrents that seemed to shape so much of wizarding Britain. He had been reading for perhaps an hour when Mimsy appeared, looking uncharacteristically agitated. "Master Harry. There is being a strange wizard at the ministry asking questions about Master's claim. The elf network is buzzing with the news." Harry lowered his book, confused. "The elf network? House elves is always knowing what happens in important wizarding places," Mimsy explained impatiently. "We is having our ways of sharing information. And right now, all elves at the ministry is saying that a foreign wizard is asking about the Potter lease and looking at old records." "Foreign?" Harry frowned. "Did the elves say where he's from or what he wants?" Mimsy twisted her tea towel anxiously. "They is saying he has an accent from Eastern Europe, and he is very interested in the magical properties of the original lease. He is asking about blood magic and property bindings." Harry wasn't sure why this news disturbed him, but something about Mimsy's agitation was contagious. "Should I tell Ragnok or Mr. Greengrass?" "Mimsy already sent word to the goblin," she assured him. "But Master should be careful. The foreign wizard was asking specifically about Master Harry Potter and whether he had claimed his full inheritance." Before Harry could question her further, a soft chime announced an incoming flu call. Harry hurried to the study, where Ragnok's head had appeared in the green flames. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said without preamble. "We have a situation developing. Our sources at the ministry confirm Mimsy's report. An unidentified foreign wizard has been reviewing the Potter lease documents and asking pointed questions about your family's magical bloodlines." Why would he care about that? Harry asked, bewildered. Unknown, Ragnok admitted. But given recent events, any unusual interest in your affairs warrants caution. I've instructed Gringotts security to increase monitoring of your vaults, and I suggest strengthening the wards at Potter's Rest as a precaution. Can we do that? Harry asked. I don't even know how the wards work. The property's defensive magic is tied to your bloodline, Ragnok explained. With your permission, I can bring a Gringotts wardmaster to perform an assessment and enhancement. It would require your participation in a simple ritual to key the strengthened wards to your magical signature. Do it, Harry said immediately, Dumbledore's warnings about Voldemort's potential return suddenly seeming more credible. How quickly can they come? I'll arrange it for tomorrow morning, Ragnok promised. In the meantime, stay within the existing ward boundaries and alert the house elves to report any unusual activity around the property. After Ragnok's head disappeared from the flames, Harry found himself pacing the study, his earlier academic curiosity replaced by a growing sense of unease. Until now, the political maneuvering had seemed like an abstract game with property and gold as the prizes. This new development suggested darker possibilities, unknown interests investigating not just his inheritance but his blood. Mimsy, he called, and the elf appeared instantly. Can you tell the other elves to keep watching this foreign wizard? I want to know what he does, who he talks to, and especially if he tries to come anywhere near Potter's Rest. Yes, Master Harry, Mimsy nodded solemnly. We will be keeping watch. No strange wizard will be getting past Potter elves. Her fierce loyalty was reassuring, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. The stakes of the game he'd stumbled into were higher than he'd realized, and not everyone playing was showing their true face or intentions. As evening fell over Potter's Rest, Harry found himself standing at his bedroom window, looking out over the grounds that had belonged to his family for generations. Somewhere beyond these protective boundaries, in the wizarding world he was still struggling to understand, new forces were taking notice of the boy who lived and his unexpected claim to power. For the first time since discovering his inheritance, Harry felt a chill of apprehension about what might come next. Chapter 3, The Boy Who Owned the Morning Sunlight spilled through the tall windows of Potter's Rest, casting long shadows across the polished wooden floor of the ritual room. Harry stood in the center of an intricate pattern of runes and symbols drawn in what the Gringotts wardmaster had assured him was not actual blood, despite its crimson appearance. Remember, Mr. Potter, the elderly goblin instructed, when I activate the sequence, you must focus your intent on protection. Visualize the boundaries of your property becoming impenetrable to those who wish you harm. Harry nodded, clutching a small silver knife in his right hand. The wardmaster had explained that a few drops of his blood would bind the enhanced wards to his magical signature, creating defenses that would recognize not just Potter blood but Harry's specific magical essence. Will it hurt? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The goblin's expression softened slightly. Just a prick of your finger. The magic itself may feel strange, a pulling sensation, but it should not cause pain. Taking a deep breath, Harry extended his hand over the central rune as instructed. With a quick motion, he nicked his index finger with the ceremonial blade. 3 drops of blood fell onto the carved symbol, which began to glow with a soft golden light. The wardmaster began a guttural chant in gobbledygook, the harsh syllables echoing in the high-ceilinged room. As the chanting intensified, the glowing rune beneath Harry's blood brightened, and the light spread outward along the lines of the ritual pattern until the entire floor was illuminated. Harry gasped as he felt it, a tugging sensation in his chest, as if invisible threads were being pulled from somewhere deep inside him and woven into the magical design beneath his feet. It wasn't painful, exactly, but the feeling of something fundamental being stretched and connected to something outside himself was profoundly strange. Focus, Mr. Potter, the wardmaster reminded him sharply. Your intent shapes the protection. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on the boundaries of Potter's Rest, the stone walls, the iron gates, the gardens and grounds. He imagined them surrounded by an invisible shield that would keep out anyone who meant him harm. The tugging sensation intensified, and for a moment, Harry felt as if he could sense the entire property, every tree, every stone, every magical protection laid down by generations of potters. Then, with a sudden flash that he perceived even through closed eyelids, the connection snapped into place. Harry opened his eyes to find the ritual pattern fading, the glowing lines sinking into the floor as if absorbed by the house itself. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he swayed slightly on his feet. "Well done," the wardmaster said, catching Harry's arm to steady him. The ward enhancement was successful. Few wizards your age could channel that much power with such control. "I didn't really do anything," Harry protested, though he felt strangely drained. "The magic seemed to know what to do on its own." "The old Potter blood speaks through you," the goblin said with something like respect. "The foundations of this house remember your ancestors and recognize their heir." After the wardmaster departed with promises to send a full report to Ragnok, Harry retreated to the kitchen where Mimsy insisted on feeding him a hearty breakfast to replace the magic energies he had expended. He was halfway through a plate of eggs and sausages when the fireplace flared green. "Harry? Are you there?" called Susan Bones's voice from the flames. Setting down his fork, Harry moved to kneel before the fire. Susan's face hovered in the green embers, looking excited. "Sorry to call so early," she said, "but Auntie says there's big news at the ministry. They've accepted all your terms, and Minister Fudge is going to make a public announcement this afternoon." "Really?" Harry was surprised by the sudden capitulation. "Your aunt is sure?" "Positive. She was in the emergency Gringotts session last night where they voted to approve the settlement. Fudge tried to make it seem like his idea, of course." Susan rolled her eyes. "Anyway, Auntie says you should prepare for a lot of attention. The Prophet's already running a special evening edition about it." After thanking Susan for the warning and promising to tell her all the details later, Harry hurried to the study where he found an official ministry owl waiting with a sealed document bearing Fudge's personal stamp. The letter confirmed what Susan had said. The ministry had accepted all of Harry's counter-proposals, including the substantial back payments, recognition of his full access rights to ministry records, and acknowledgement of his independent choice of magical guardian. The only concession they requested was his presence at a formal signing ceremony to be held the following week. Harry was still processing this unexpected victory when Ragnok arrived for their scheduled meeting, looking as close to pleased as Harry had ever seen a goblin. "The ministry's capitulation is complete," Ragnok confirmed after reviewing the document. "More complete than I anticipated, which suggests external factors at work." "What kind of factors?" Harry asked. "Political pressure, most likely. Our sources indicate that after news of your claim spread, several influential Gringotts members saw an opportunity to undermine Fudge's position. The minister is sacrificing gold to preserve his authority, a calculation that makes sense only if he feared losing more than money. So this isn't really about me at all," Harry realized. "It's about who controls the ministry." "Politics rarely centers on the nominal issue at hand," Ragnok agreed. "Though in this case, your unique status as both the boy who lived and the lawful landlord created leverage that others could exploit for their own agendas." A thought occurred to Harry. Could the foreign wizard who's been asking questions be connected to this? "An astute question," Ragnok said approvingly. "We've been investigating that angle. The individual has been identified as Antonin Raskova, allegedly a scholar of magical property law from the Durmstrang Institute. His credentials appear legitimate, but his interest in the specific magical properties of your family's blood connection to the land is unusual for academic research. Do you think he's dangerous?" "Not obviously so," Ragnok said cautiously. "But his timing is suspicious. We're continuing to monitor his movements." The conversation shifted to preparations for the upcoming signing ceremony, but Harry found his thoughts returning to this mysterious foreign wizard. Something about the situation nagged at him, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. The formal ceremony at the ministry the following week was everything Harry had come to expect from wizarding politics, elaborate, traditional, and laden with hidden meanings he was only beginning to understand. Harry arrived through a special fluke connection established directly from Potter's Rest to the minister's office, accompanied by Ragnok, Mr. Greengrass, and, somewhat surprisingly, Madam Bones, whom Harry had tentatively accepted as his interim magical guardian pending further consideration of his options. "Remember," Greengrass murmured as they prepared to enter the atrium where the ceremony would be held, "this is as much theater as substance. The legal agreements are already binding. This performance is for public consumption." Harry nodded, adjusting the formal robes Mimsy had insisted were appropriate for the occasion. They were deep green with subtle gold accents, colors that managed to reference both his family heritage and his mother's eyes without declaring allegiance to any Hogwarts house. "You look every inch the young heir," Madam Bones assured him, straightening his collar with a motherly touch that reminded Harry, with a pang, of all the normal childhood moments he'd never experienced. "Just follow the protocol we practiced, and you'll do splendidly." When they entered the atrium, Harry was momentarily taken aback by the size of the gathering. Hundreds of witches and wizards filled the vast space, many wearing formal robes that identified them as Wizengamot members or ministry officials. A platform had been erected beside the Fountain of Magical Brethren, draped with the ministry's official colors and bearing a small table with an ornate quill and parchment. Minister Fudge, resplendent in ceremonial robes of deepest purple, stood at the center of the platform surrounded by what appeared to be his most senior officials. His eyes locked on Harry the moment he appeared, and his political smile widened. "Ah, Mr. Potter." Fudge called out jovially, as if greeting an old friend rather than a child who had recently threatened his government's headquarters. "Right on time. Please, join us on the platform." As Harry made his way through the crowd, he became acutely aware of the whispers and stares following his progress. Some faces showed open curiosity, others calculation, and a few, particularly among the older, more traditionally dressed wizards, displayed undisguised suspicion. "That's him, the Potter boy. Looks just like James, but with Lily's eyes. 9 years old and already controlling the ministry. Dumbledore's puppet, mark my words. Should have been raised properly in a wizarding family." Harry kept his expression neutral, focusing on the platform ahead rather than the speculative murmurs around him. By the time he joined Fudge on the dais, he had regained his composure. "Witches and wizards of magical Britain," Fudge announced, his voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the atrium. "Today marks a historic reconciliation between the Ministry of Magic and one of our oldest and most respected families." What followed was a masterclass in political spin. Fudge wove a narrative of mutual discovery and cooperation, presenting the settlement as a joint effort to honor historical agreements rather than the ministry's capitulation to Harry's demands. Only the occasional tightness around his eyes betrayed the minister's true feelings about the situation. Harry played his role as agreed, stepping forward at the appropriate moment to sign the formal renewal of the lease with the ceremonial quill, which, he noted with discomfort, used his own blood for ink. As the parchment glowed briefly to signify the magic taking hold, a ripple of energy seemed to pass through the building itself, subtle but unmistakable. "Did you feel that?" he whispered to Ragnok, who stood at his shoulder. The goblin nodded. "The original magic recognizing the renewal. The ministry building is acknowledging you as its rightful landlord." After the signing, Harry was expected to make brief remarks. Standing before the assembled cream of wizarding society, many of whom had known his parents, Harry felt a sudden responsibility that went beyond property rights or financial settlements. "Thank you, Minister Fudge, for recognizing my family's historical connection to this place," he began, his voice steadier than he expected. "The Potters have always valued service to the magical community above personal gain. My parents gave their lives to protect our world from darkness, and I believe they would want me to honor their sacrifice by ensuring that the ministry continues its essential work without interruption." A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. "However," Harry continued, his voice strengthening, "I also believe they would want me to ensure that the ministry lives up to its highest ideals, justice, equality, and protection for all magical people, regardless of their background or blood status." The murmur shifted to a more complex sound, with some voices rising in agreement while others took on a distinctly cooler tone. As I learn more about my place in the wizarding world, I hope to work with the ministry to uphold those ideals. The renewal of this lease isn't just about property, it's about renewing our commitment to the values that make our society worth protecting. Harry paused, then added with quiet emphasis, values my parents thought worth dying for. As he stepped back, the response was divided but passionate, applause from many quarters, particularly the younger officials and those Harry would later learn were aligned with more progressive factions, while others maintained a polite but reserved silence. Fudge quickly reclaimed the spotlight, thanking Harry for his youthful idealism, in a tone that managed to both acknowledge and subtly dismiss his words. The ceremony concluded with the minister presenting Harry with a ceremonial key to the ministry, a symbolic gesture that nevertheless represented Harry's right to access all areas of the building. As the formal proceedings ended and the gathering transitioned to a reception, Harry found himself at the center of a swirl of introductions. Ministry officials, Wizengamot members, department heads, and various dignitaries all seemed determined to make the acquaintance of the boy who lived now that his financial leverage was combined with his legendary status. Mr. Potter, Elphia's Doge. I served with your grandfather on the Wizengamot. Delighted to meet you, young man. Griselda Marchbanks, Wizarding Examinations Authority. Bartemius Crouch, Department of International Magical Cooperation. Your father showed promise in diplomatic matters before he focused on defense work. Through it all, Harry maintained the polite, attentive demeanor that Greengrass had coached him on, while Madame Bones skillfully managed the flow of introductions to prevent any single faction from monopolizing his attention. It was during a momentary lull that Harry noticed him, a tall, thin man with sharp Slavic features and a closely trimmed dark beard, observing the proceedings from near one of the fireplaces. Unlike the other attendees, he made no move to approach Harry, instead watching the interactions with calculating intensity. Madame Bones, Harry said quietly, who is that man by the flue entrance? The one with the beard who's watching us. Amelia followed his gaze, her expression sharpening. Antonin Raskova, I believe. The Eastern European scholar who's been researching magical property law. Interesting that he would be invited to such a ministry-specific function. Harry remembered Ragnok's concerns about the man's interest in the blood aspects of the Potter lease. Could you introduce me? I'd like to meet him. Madame Bones looked surprised but nodded. Of course, though perhaps with Auror Shacklebolt nearby, as a precaution. A tall black wizard who had been discreetly shadowing their progress through the reception acknowledged Amelia's glance with a nearly imperceptible nod and positioned himself within intervention distance as they approached the foreign visitor. Mr. Raskova, Madame Bones said formally. I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. May I present Harry Potter, whom I understand has been the subject of your recent research interests. The man straightened, his intense gaze fixing on Harry with unsettling focus. Mr. Potter, he said, his accent thick but his English precise. A great honor. Your family's magical legacy is most extraordinary. Thank you, Harry replied carefully. I understand you've been studying our lease agreement with the ministry. Among other aspects of British magical property law, yes, Raskova confirmed. The Potter bloodbound contract is a remarkable example of old magic that modern practice has largely abandoned. Few families maintain such direct magical connections to their lands in the modern era. Something in the way he emphasized bloodbound made Harry uneasy. Is that unusual? I'm still learning about wizarding practices. Not merely unusual, unique in certain aspects, Raskova said, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. Most magical properties recognize family bloodlines, yes, but the Potter lands incorporate elements that respond specifically to magical intent and spiritual worthiness. A descendant with ill intent toward the property's purpose would find the magic resistant. I didn't know that, Harry admitted, genuinely surprised. Few do, Raskova smiled thinly. It is a subtle aspect of the binding, documented only in the original deed which I was fortunate to examine. Your ancestor Linfred of Stinchcombe was an innovative magical theorist, well ahead of his time. The conversation continued for several more minutes, with Raskova probing Harry's knowledge of his family history while revealing little about his own interest in the matter. Throughout the exchange, Harry had the distinct impression that the man was assessing him, measuring him against some unknown standard. As they finally moved away, Madame Bones kept her voice low. "A curious man. Kingsley will ensure we learn more about his actual credentials and purpose here. He knows more about my family's magic than I do," Harry observed, troubled by the imbalance. "A situation we should remedy promptly," she agreed. "I believe it's time to explore your family's private records rather than relying on what others choose to tell you about your heritage." The reception continued for another hour, during which Harry met so many people that their names and faces began to blur together. By the time they finally departed through the private flue connection back to Potter's Rest, he was mentally exhausted. "You conducted yourself admirably," Greengrass told him as they settled into the study for a debriefing. "Your remarks struck precisely the right balance, respectful of tradition while hinting at progressive values. You've given both factions reason to court your favor without committing to either side." "I wasn't trying to be political," Harry said tiredly. "I meant what I said about my parents." "The most effective political statements often come from genuine conviction," Greengrass replied. "Authenticity is a rare commodity in those chambers." Ragnok, who had been unusually quiet since the ceremony, finally spoke. "The magical resonance when the lease renewed was stronger than anticipated. The building's enchantments recognized you not merely as the landlord but as something more, fundamental to its purpose." "What does that mean?" Harry asked. "I'm not entirely certain," the goblin admitted. "Property magic is complex and often intuitive rather than codified. But I suspect your magical signature may now have greater influence over the Ministry's embedded enchantments than anyone has anticipated, perhaps even access to protections and functions unknown to the current administration." This possibility hung in the air, its implications both fascinating and concerning. Before they could discuss it further, however, Mimsy appeared with her customary pop. "Master Harry. Young Miss Bones is at the flue asking for you. She says it's important news." Harry excused himself and hurried to the receiving room, where Susan's face once again hovered in the green flames, this time looking worried. "Harry. Thank goodness. Auntie wanted me to warn you, there was an incident at the Ministry right after you left. Someone tried to access the Department of Mysteries using what they claimed was landlord authority." Harry frowned. "But I didn't authorize anyone to." "Exactly," Susan interrupted. "That's why Auntie's concerned. They were using a magical signature that partially matched yours, enough to confuse some of the building's protections but not enough to gain full access. She thinks someone may have obtained a sample of your blood during the ceremony and tried to use it to impersonate your magical authority." A chill ran down Harry's spine as he remembered the ceremonial quill that had used his blood as ink. "Is your aunt sure it wasn't me? Could the building have, I don't know, recorded my presence somehow? She says the magical signature was distorted, like someone trying to forge your magical identity. The Ministry's defensive enchantments eventually rejected the attempt, but it was close enough to cause confusion." After thanking Susan and promising to relay the information to his advisors, Harry returned to the study with a growing sense of unease. "Someone tried to use my blood to access restricted areas," he reported. "Right after the ceremony." Ragnok hissed, a sound like metal scraping stone. "The ceremonial quill. A barbaric tradition we advised against, but the Ministry insisted on the traditional form." "Could it be Raskova?" Harry suggested. He seemed very interested in the blood aspects of the property magic. "It would be an extraordinarily bold move for a foreign national to attempt such intrusion," Greengrass said doubtfully. "The diplomatic consequences would be severe if he were caught." "Unless he's not who he claims to be," Madame Bones pointed out. "I've already dispatched Auror Shacklebolt to verify his credentials with Durmstrang directly rather than through Ministry channels." The implications of the breach attempt sobered everyone. What had begun as a property dispute had escalated into something potentially far more dangerous. Someone had tried to use Harry's blood, his magical identity, to access one of the most secured areas in Wizarding Britain. I think, Harry said slowly, that I need to learn a lot more about my family's magic. And quickly. The following days saw Potter's Rest transformed from a stately but quiet manor into a hub of activity. After the attempted breach at the ministry, Harry's advisors agreed that a more proactive approach to both his education and security was necessary. In the library, which now served as their primary meeting space, Harry found himself surrounded by stacks of books retrieved from the Potter vaults, family journals, magical theory texts, and historical accounts of the Potter family's role in Wizarding Britain over the centuries. Your ancestor Linfred was known as the Potterer in his village, explained Bathilda Bagshot, the elderly magical historian whom Dumbledore had recommended as a tutor. The Muggles thought him merely an eccentric who enjoyed puttering in his garden, but he was actually developing potions that became the foundation of many healing remedies we still use today. Harry absorbed these family stories eagerly, finally connecting to the heritage that had been denied him for so long. He learned that the Potters had historically maintained a position of political independence, often serving as mediators between opposing factions due to their reputation for fairness and pragmatism. Your grandfather Fleamont was particularly adept at bringing opposing sides to agreement, Bathilda told him with a fond smile. He could find the common ground in seemingly irreconcilable positions. A useful skill in the Wizengamot, and one that drove more partisan members to distraction. In addition to historical studies, Harry began receiving instruction in basic magical theory from Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher from Hogwarts who had volunteered to provide early tutoring with Dumbledore's blessing. While you cannot perform wand magic until you receive your Hogwarts letter, understanding the theoretical foundations will give you a significant advantage when you begin formal training, the diminutive professor explained during their first session. These lessons took place in what had once been the Manor's ballroom, now cleared of furniture to create a practice space. Though Harry couldn't cast spells yet, Flitwick introduced him to the principles of magical focus, intent, and visualization that underpin successful spellcasting. Magic responds to your will, Mr. Potter, but that will must be disciplined and directed. Many young witches and wizards struggle not because they lack power, but because they lack precision in their intent. Between historical studies with Bathilda and magical theory with Flitwick, Harry's days were intellectually demanding. But it was the afternoon sessions with Auror Shacklebolt that he found most immediately practical. You're not old enough for combat training, the imposing Auror had explained during their first meeting, but you're certainly old enough to learn situational awareness and basic defensive tactics. These lessons took place on the grounds of Potter's Rest, with Kingsley teaching Harry how to observe his surroundings, identify potential threats, and plan escape routes. Though framed as general security precautions, Harry understood that these skills were being taught in direct response to the blood theft incident. Always have multiple ways out of any room, Kingsley advised as they walked the manor's corridors, identifying secondary exits and potential hiding places. And never reveal everything you know or can do. Surprise is often your best advantage. Throughout these various lessons, Harry began to notice an interesting pattern in the adults who had volunteered to help him. While they came from different backgrounds and held different political views, all had known his parents in some capacity and spoke of them with genuine respect. Lily had a gift for seeing magical connections that others missed, Professor Flitwick told him during one session. Her charm work wasn't just technically perfect, it was innovative in ways that surprised even those of us who had been studying the field for decades. James had a talent for transfiguration that Minerva, Professor McGonagall, still talks about, Kingsley mentioned while demonstrating a concealment technique. Creative applications that most wizards would never consider. Served him well as an Auror. These glimpses of his parents as real people with specific talents and personalities meant more to Harry than all the formal education. He collected these anecdotes like precious stones, storing them in his memory alongside the few photographs he had been given from family albums. But it wasn't only adults who became regular visitors to Potter's Rest. Following the successful initial meeting, Susan Bones and her friends began to form what Madame Bones jokingly referred to as Harry's Court, a group of young witches and wizards who would likely be his classmates at Hogwarts. The core group consisted of Susan, Hannah Abbott, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger, who had formed an immediate bond during their first visit. Daphne Greengrass joined them regularly, bringing a Slytherin perspective that Harry increasingly valued. Occasionally, others would visit as well, the Patil twins, Padma and Parvati, Bernie Macmillan, whose family had historical ties to the Potters, and even Draco Malfoy, whose initial visit with his father had led to a cautious but curious correspondence. On a particularly fine summer afternoon, this group had gathered in the gardens of Potter's Rest for what had become a weekly tradition, a combination of social interaction, informal magical education, and, increasingly, political discussion. "Father says the ministry's in an uproar over the security breach," Daphne reported as they sat in a circle under the shade of an ancient oak tree. "No one can agree on whether it was a foreign agent, a domestic political maneuver, or something more sinister. My gran thinks it's connected to the old Death Eater families," Neville offered quietly. His confidence had grown noticeably over the weeks of regular visits, though he still spoke with a slight stammer when nervous. "She says some of them never really gave up the cause. But what would Death Eaters want with the Department of Mysteries?" Hermione asked, ever practical. She had a large book open on her lap, having appointed herself the group's researcher. "According to Ministry of Magic, a history, that department handles experimental magic and prophetic research, not the kind of power artifacts that would appeal to dark wizards. Unless they know something about what's kept there that we don't," Susan pointed out. "Auntie never discusses that department, even at home. She says the unspeakables operate independently from the rest of the ministry." Harry, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up. "I think whatever they wanted is connected to the Potter lease magic somehow. Raskova was specifically interested in how my blood connects to the property." "Blood magic is some of the oldest and most powerful," Daphne said with authority. "Most modern wizards consider it borderline dark because it's so easily abused, but historically, all the great families used it to protect their legacies. Could someone use Harry's blood to, I don't know, take control of the ministry building itself?" Hannah asked, her eyes wide. "Not completely," Daphne shook her head. "The original owner's blood provides access to certain functions, but the building has layers of protections added over centuries. It would be like having a key to the front door but not knowing the layout of the rooms inside." Harry had noticed that Daphne often had insights into magical theory that even Hermione, with all her book knowledge, sometimes lacked, the kind of information passed down through family traditions rather than found in published sources. "Whatever they wanted," he said slowly, "I think we need to find out more about it. If someone's trying to use my blood and my family's magic, I should at least understand what they're after." "But how?" Neville asked. "The adults won't tell us anything they consider dangerous." A thoughtful silence fell over the group, broken eventually by Hermione. "We could start our own research project," she suggested. "I've already been reading about magical property law because I found it fascinating how the ministry could be bound by a contract created centuries ago. If we all focus on different aspects, Daphne on blood magic traditions, Susan on ministry structure, Neville on historical connections between the old families, and so on, we might piece together what the adults are keeping from us." "Like a study group?" Hannah clarified. "More like an investigation team," Hermione said, warming to her idea. "Harry's provided us with access to the Potter Library, which has books you can't find at Flourish and Blotts. We could meet regularly to share what we've learned." The idea appealed to Harry on multiple levels. Not only would it potentially provide answers about the blood theft incident, but it gave his newfound friends a purpose beyond social visits, a shared project that would bind them together. "I like it," he decided. "But let's keep it between us for now. I don't think the adults would approve of us investigating something they're trying to protect me from." The others agreed readily, each seeming pleased to be included in what felt like an important secret mission. As they began discussing how to divide the research tasks, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for these connections that had emerged from his unexpected inheritance claim. For the first time in his life, he had friends who understood him, who shared his world, and who were willing to stand beside him in facing its mysteries and dangers. Later that evening, after his visitors had departed, Harry found himself walking the grounds with Madame Bones, who had taken to checking on him personally every few days despite her demanding schedule. "You seem to be settling in well," she observed as they followed the path around the ornamental pond. "Your young friends appear quite devoted already." "They're interested in learning together," Harry said carefully, not wanting to reveal their investigative plans. "It's nice to have people my own age who understand the magical world." "Indeed," Amelia agreed. "Though I hope you're maintaining some caution in what you share with them. Not all families have the Potter history of political independence." Harry glanced at her shrewdly. "You mean Draco Malfoy?" "Among others," she acknowledged. "Young Mr. Malfoy is not his father, and children often develop their own views as they mature. But family influences run deep in our world, Harry." "I'm being careful," he assured her. "But I think it's important to hear different perspectives. Daphne says that's how you avoid ending up in an echo chamber of your own opinions." Amelia smiled slightly. "Miss Greengrass has a precocious political mind. Her father's influence, no doubt." They walked in companionable silence for a moment before Harry broached the subject that had been weighing on his mind. "Have you learned anything more about the blood theft? Or Raskova?" Amelia's expression grew serious. Kingsley confirmed that Raskova does have a legitimate connection to Durmstrang, but his research focus is different than what he claimed. His specialty is not general property law but specifically blood-bound enchantments and their potential to be modified or transferred. "Transferred?" Harry repeated with concern. "You mean like, giving someone else control of blood-protected magic?" "Potentially," she nodded. "It's a highly specialized and somewhat controversial area of magical research. The fact that he misrepresented his focus when requesting access to the Ministry archives is troubling." "And the break-in attempt?" "We've enhanced security around the Department of Mysteries and implemented additional verification measures for anyone claiming landlord access rights. But without knowing exactly what the intruder was seeking, it's difficult to anticipate their next move." Harry kicked at a small stone on the path, frustrated by the limited information. "I feel like I'm being kept in the dark about dangers that directly involve me. First the Dursleys never telling me about magic, then Dumbledore hiding knowledge of my inheritance, now this." Amelia stopped walking and turned to face him directly. "Your frustration is justified, Harry. But there's a difference between withholding information out of control or neglect, as the Dursleys did, and limiting information out of protection, as we're doing now. How am I supposed to protect myself if I don't know what I'm facing?" Harry challenged. "A fair question," she acknowledged. "And one I've been debating with your other advisors. Some believe you're too young for certain truths. Others, myself included, think you've demonstrated enough maturity to handle difficult information with appropriate context." Hope flared in Harry's chest. "Does that mean you'll tell me what's really going on?" "It means I'll advocate for more transparency in our strategy sessions," she clarified. "But Harry, some secrets aren't mine to share. They belong to your parents, to Dumbledore, to the Ministry itself. I can't unilaterally decide to reveal what others have chosen to protect." Though disappointed, Harry appreciated her honesty. "Will you at least tell me if you discover something directly related to my safety? No matter what the others think?" Amelia considered this request seriously before nodding. "I can promise you this, I will never lie to you about threats to your safety, even if I can't always share all the details. If I believe you're in immediate danger, you will know." "Thank you," Harry said quietly. "That's all I'm asking for. A chance to be prepared." As twilight deepened around Potter's Rest, Harry couldn't help feeling that despite all he had learned in recent weeks, the most important pieces of the puzzle remained just beyond his reach. The attempted breach at the Ministry, Raskova's interest in bloodbound magic, and the persistent undercurrent of concern among his adult advisors all pointed to something larger and more dangerous than a simple property dispute. Whatever forces had been set in motion by his inheritance claim, Harry was increasingly certain that they extended far beyond lease agreements and back rent. Something darker was stirring in the shadows of the wizarding world, and somehow, his blood, the Potter legacy, was at the center of it. The investigation team, as Harry's young friends had taken to calling themselves, met twice weekly in the Potter library throughout July. Each member had taken responsibility for researching specific aspects of the mystery surrounding the Ministry breach attempt. Hermione, methodical and thorough, created a complex timeline of the Potter family's historical connections to the Ministry, noting significant events and political alliances going back centuries. "It's fascinating how consistently the Potters maintained political independence while still wielding significant influence," she reported during one session, spreading out a detailed chart on the library table. "They rarely held official ministry positions but were frequently consulted on major policy decisions, especially during periods of transition or crisis." Daphne focused on the magical aspects of blood-bound properties, drawing on both published sources and private family knowledge that her father had cautiously permitted her to share. "Blood magic operates on three principles," she explained, her tone taking on the quality of a lecture. "Identity, which confirms the magical signature of the rightful owner; intent, which aligns the magic with the owner's purpose; and worthiness, which judges whether the blood relation has maintained the spiritual qualities valued by the original enchanter. So if a Potter turned dark, they might lose connection to the family magic?" Susan asked, fascinated. "Not necessarily dark in the conventional sense," Daphne clarified. "More like betraying the core values the original Potter encoded into the enchantment. Family magic tends to embody the founder's highest ideals rather than societal definitions of good and evil." Neville's contribution was perhaps the most surprising. Despite his shy demeanor, his knowledge of pureblood family histories and their interconnections proved invaluable. "The Potters intermarried with both the Peverills and the Gaunts in the distant past," he explained, showing them a family tree he had painstakingly reconstructed. "Both families were known for unusual magical abilities and artifacts that eventually disappeared from historical record." "The Gaunts?" Harry repeated, the name triggering a vague recognition. "Where have I heard that before?" "They were descendants of Salazar Slytherin," Daphne provided. "Once powerful but eventually declined into poverty and madness from excessive inbreeding. The line is believed extinct now." "But they were related to the Potters?" Harry pressed, feeling this might be significant somehow. "Very distantly," Neville confirmed. "Through a marriage in the 1600s, before the Gaunt decline began in earnest. After that, the Potters seemed to deliberately distance themselves from that connection, preferring marriages with progressive families rather than those obsessed with blood purity." Susan and Hannah had taken on the task of gathering information about the Department of Mysteries, which proved to be the most challenging research area due to the secretive nature of the department's work. "All we know for certain is that they study the fundamental aspects of magic that resist conventional understanding," Susan reported with frustration. "Time, death, love, thought, and prophecy are mentioned in a few public references, but specifics are classified even within the Ministry." "Prophecy?" Harry repeated, something cold settling in his stomach. "Like predicting the future?" "In theory," Hannah nodded. "But Auntie says most prophecies are so vague and metaphorical that they're useless until after the events they predict have already happened." Harry fell silent, turning over these disparate pieces of information in his mind. None of them seemed to form a coherent picture, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something obvious, something that would connect his family's blood magic, the Department of Mysteries, and Raskova's unusual research interests. "What about you, Harry?" Hermione asked, noticing his distraction. "Have you found anything in your family journals?" Harry had been working through the personal diaries of his ancestors, hoping for insights that wouldn't appear in public records or academic texts. "Nothing specific about the Ministry property," he admitted. "But I did find something strange in my grandfather Fleamont's journal. He mentioned being approached by an unspeakable in the 1950s about the compatibility of Potter blood with certain ancient artifacts. He refused whatever they were proposing and seemed troubled by it." "That's odd," Susan frowned. "The Department of Mysteries rarely interacts with private citizens unless—" "Unless what?" Harry prompted when she hesitated. Unless they believe that person has a specific magical connection to whatever they're studying, she finished reluctantly. Auntie mentioned once that the unspeakable sometimes identify family lines with unusual magical affinities and monitor them across generations. A silence fell over the group as they processed this information. So the ministry has been interested in Potter blood magic for decades, Daphne summarized. Long before Harry was born or you know who was defeated. Which means the recent break-in attempt might not be about Harry specifically, Hermione reasoned, but about some property of Potter blood that's been of interest to researchers for generations. Or, Harry said quietly, it could be about both. Maybe whatever they've been studying for decades became more important because of what happened the night my parents died. The connection seemed tenuous yet compelling. If the Department of Mysteries had been interested in Potter blood magic before Voldemort's attack, and now someone was attempting to use Harry's blood to access that same department, it suggested a continuity of purpose that transcended normal political machinations. Before they could pursue this line of reasoning further, Mimsy appeared with her customary pop. Master Harry. The Goblin Ragnok is arriving with urgent news. He is asking for you in the study. Harry exchanged quick glances with his friends. I have to go. Keep working on this, we'll meet again tomorrow. In the study, Harry found not only Ragnok but also Kingsley Shacklebolt, both looking grim. What's happened? Harry asked without preamble. Raskova has disappeared, Kingsley reported. He missed a scheduled lecture at the ministry yesterday. When officials checked his temporary quarters in London, they found evidence of a hasty departure, or possible abduction. Abduction? Harry repeated, alarmed. The magical signature in the room was complex, Kingsley explained carefully. Multiple persons were present, and there are indicators of both coercion spells and blood magic having been performed. Ragnok's expression was even more severe than usual. More concerning is what was found among his papers. Diagrams of the ministry's magical foundation stones, with specific notations about the Potter blood wards and their interaction with the building's core enchantments. He was mapping how my family's magic connects to the ministry, Harry realized. But why? What's the purpose? Kingsley and Ragnok exchanged glances that suggested they knew more than they were sharing. We believe, Kingsley said slowly, that someone is attempting to modify the ministry's foundational enchantments using derivatives of your blood. If successful, they could potentially create backdoor access to secured areas or even compromise the building's core defensive magic. This is beyond mere academic interest or political maneuvering, Ragnok added. The technical complexity of Raskova's notes suggests a sophisticated understanding of both blood magic and architectural enchantment. Few living wizards possess such specialized knowledge. Harry's mind raced, connecting this new information with what his friends had uncovered. Could it be connected to the Department of Mystery's historical interest in Potter blood? My grandfather mentioned being approached by them in the 1950s. Both adults looked startled by this information. Where did you learn that? Kingsley asked sharply. My grandfather's journal, Harry replied, deciding honesty was the best approach. We've been researching my family's historical connection to the ministry to better understand what's happening now. We? Ragnok inquired with raised eyebrows. My friends and I, Harry admitted. We formed a research group to investigate the blood theft incident. Adults weren't telling me everything, so I decided to find out for myself. Instead of the reprimand Harry half expected, Kingsley looked thoughtful. Your initiative is commendable, though potentially risky without proper context. What else have you discovered? Harry quickly summarized their findings about the Potter family's political history, their distant connection to the Gaunts, and the Department of Mystery's apparent long-standing interest in family blood magic. This confirms some of our suspicions, Kingsley said after a moment. The interest in Potter blood predates your confrontation with Voldemort, which suggests the current threat may involve knowledge or purposes that have been developing for decades. Then tell me what's really going on, Harry insisted. If this involves my family and my blood, I have a right to know. Ragnok and Kingsley exchanged another meaningful look before the Auror nodded decisively. I believe it's time for greater transparency, Kingsley said. Not everything, there are matters even I am not fully briefed on, but enough for you to understand the gravity of the situation. Over the next hour, Kingsley shared what the ministry's investigation had uncovered. Raskova, while legitimately connected to Durmstrang, had also been corresponding with unnamed individuals whose magical signatures suggested connections to known Death Eater families. His research had focused specifically on how blood-bound enchantments could be modified to redirect their loyalty, essentially magical identity theft on an architectural scale. The working theory, Kingsley explained, is that someone is attempting to use your blood connection to the ministry to create access to areas normally restricted to all but the highest officials, possibly including sections of the Department of Mysteries that even most ministry employees cannot enter. But why? Harry pressed. What's in those areas that would be worth this much effort? That, Kingsley said gravely, is where speculation becomes dangerous. The Department of Mysteries houses many artifacts and records of immense magical significance. Some are weapons, others are repositories of knowledge, and a few are unique magical phenomena that defy conventional categorization. Is this connected to Voldemort? Harry asked directly, noticing how both adults still flinched at the name. To what happened the night my parents died? A heavy silence followed this question. We cannot confirm or deny that connection, Ragnok finally said. But the timing of these events, coming so soon after your emergence into the wizarding world, suggests more than coincidence. Madame Bones believes you should be moved to a more secure location until we identify who was working with Raskova, Kingsley added. Potter's Rest has excellent foundational wards, but if someone has gained insights into Potter blood magic, they might find ways to circumvent even these protections. Harry thought of his friends, his newly established routine, the first real home he'd ever known. The prospect of abandoning it all for some unknown, secure location, filled him with both resentment and fear. Where would I go? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady. There are several options under consideration, Kingsley replied carefully. Hogwarts itself would offer significant protection, though it's unusual for students to reside there outside term time. Alternatively, Madame Bones has offered her family estate, which has ministry-grade security enchantments. And if I refuse to leave my home? Harry challenged. If I'm in danger because of who I am and what I represent, running and hiding doesn't solve the fundamental problem. Ragnok made that strange scraping sound that Harry had come to recognize as goblin laughter. Spoken like a true Potter. Your father had a similar response when advised to go into hiding during the war. And look how that ended, Harry said bitterly. Your parents' situation was different, Kingsley said gently. They faced a direct threat from Voldemort himself, the most powerful dark wizard in generations. What we're dealing with now appears to be a more subtle operation, possibly orchestrated by remaining Death Eater sympathizers without their master's power. So instead of Voldemort coming after me directly, it's his followers trying to use my blood to access something in the Department of Mysteries, Harry summarized. Something that might be connected to what happened that night. Neither adult contradicted this assessment. I'll consider relocating temporarily, Harry conceded after a moment of thought. But on two conditions. First, my friends continue to have access to me and to the Potter Library for our research. Second, I want full briefings on any developments in the investigation, not filtered summaries deemed appropriate for a child. Kingsley looked surprised by these terms but nodded slowly. I believe those are reasonable requests, though the second may require approval from higher authorities. Madame Bones would likely support it, but there are others involved in this investigation with different views on information sharing. Dumbledore, you mean, Harry said, recalling the headmaster's tendency toward cryptic guidance rather than direct information. Among others, Kingsley acknowledged. The conversation was interrupted by a sudden alarm, a high, keening sound that seemed to come from the house itself. Ragnok and Kingsley were immediately on alert, wands appearing in the Auror's hand with practiced speed. The perimeter wards, Ragnok explained tensely. Someone is attempting to breach them. Kingsley moved swiftly to the window, carefully positioning himself to see out without being easily visible from outside. Multiple figures approaching from the north boundary. At least 6, possibly more. Master Harry. Mimsy appeared, her eyes wide with fear. Bad wizards are attacking the wards. They is using dark magic to try to break through. Alert the ministry, Kingsley instructed Ragnok. I'll activate my aura emergency signal. Harry, stay away from the windows and prepare to evacuate if the wards fail. As Ragnok moved to the fireplace to send an emergency message, Harry felt a cold determination replace his initial fear. This was his home, the home his parents had intended for him, maintained by loyal house elves for years awaiting his return. He would not be driven from it by faceless threats. Mimsy, he said with a calm that surprised even himself, gather the other elves. Activate whatever defensive measures this house has. This is Potter property, and we're going to protect it. The small elf straightened, a fierce light entering her eyes. Yes, Master Harry. Potter Elves is ready to defend the family home. As Mimsy disappeared, Harry turned to Kingsley. I know you're trained for this, but this is my house and my fight. What can I do to help? Kingsley studied him for a moment, seeming to recognize that ordering Harry to hide would be futile. Stay close to me or Ragnok at all times. If we tell you to run, you run, no arguments. And take this. He handed Harry a small silver object that resembled a spinning top. Emergency port key. If activated, it will transport you directly to a ministry safe room. Tap it 3 times with your finger and say, Sanctuary, if we're overrun. The next few minutes passed in tense preparation. Ragnok returned from the floor looking grim. Ministry response is delayed. Someone has created a disruption in the atrium, some kind of toxic potion gas that's preventing normal flow traffic. Aura reinforcements are being redirected to apparition points outside the property, but it will take time for them to reach us. Coordinated attack, Kingsley said grimly. They're isolating the target before striking. Professional methodology. Harry moved to the study window despite Kingsley's earlier warning, needing to see the threat for himself. In the gathering dusk, he could make out dark figures moving at the edge of the property, seemingly testing the wards at different points. Flashes of colored light indicated spells being cast against the invisible protective barriers. They're trying to find weak points, Kingsley observed, coming to stand beside him but keeping mostly behind the heavy curtain. Standard ward-breaking approach. Will the wards hold? Harry asked. The traditional boundaries are exceptionally strong, Ragnok replied. But if they've studied Potter blood magic as extensively as Raskova's notes suggest, they may have developed targeted countermeasures for the specific magical signatures. As if confirming this fear, a bright flash suddenly illuminated the northern edge of the property, followed by a sound like shattering glass. The alarm tone changed, becoming more urgent. Partial breach, Ragnok reported grimly. They've compromised the outer ward layer. Kingsley's expression hardened. We need to move you to a more defensible position. The central ritual room would be best. Older properties often have their strongest protections at the core. As they prepared to relocate, Harry felt a strange sensation, a tugging awareness similar to what he had experienced during the ward enhancement ritual, but stronger and more focused. The house itself seemed to be calling to him, reaching out through the blood connection that linked him to generations of Potters. Wait, he said, closing his eyes to concentrate on the sensation. The house is trying to tell me something. Both adults looked startled. Harry, we don't have time, Kingsley began. No, let him focus, Ragnok interrupted. The Potter blood connection to this property is profound. The house may be responding to the threat in ways we cannot anticipate. Following the pull of the strange awareness, Harry moved purposefully through the manor, led by an intuitive understanding he couldn't have explained. Kingsley and Ragnok followed closely, clearly concerned but unwilling to interfere with whatever magical connection was manifesting. The sensation led Harry to a part of the house he had rarely visited, a small study off the master bedroom that had belonged to his father. Unlike the main study where he usually met with his advisors, this room felt intensely personal, with photographs of his parents and their friends still displayed on the walls. "It's here," Harry said, moving to a seemingly ordinary section of wooden paneling. "There's something behind this wall." As his fingers touched the wood, he felt a now familiar tingling sensation, the house recognizing his blood, his intent, his worthiness. The panel slid silently aside, revealing a small alcove containing a single object, an ancient-looking sword in a jeweled scabbard. "The Potter blade," Ragnok breathed, sounding genuinely odd. "I thought it had been lost centuries ago." Harry reached for the sword, feeling drawn to it by the same instinct that had led him to this hidden compartment. As his fingers closed around the hilt, a surge of energy flowed through him, not overwhelming or painful, but clarifying, as if the blade were an extension of his own will. "What is it?" he asked, carefully lifting the surprisingly lightweight weapon from its resting place. "A family artifact of immense significance," Ragnok explained reverently. "Forged by goblin metalsmiths for Linfred the Potterer himself, as payment for healing potions that saved many goblin lives during the plague years. It's imbued with protective enchantments specifically keyed to Potter blood. It's responding to the threat," Kingsley realized. "The house directed you to a defensive resource keyed to your bloodline, one that outside attackers couldn't account for in their plans." Before Harry could ask more questions, the alarm sound changed again, becoming a deep, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the house. "They've breached the middle ward layer," Ragnok interpreted grimly. "The inner wards are all that remain." "Back to the ritual room," Kingsley ordered. "It's still the most defensible position until reinforcements arrive." As they hurried through the manor corridors, Harry kept the sword drawn, feeling an intuitive connection to the weapon that transcended his complete lack of training in its use. Somehow, he knew that this blade would respond to his intent rather than his technique, a magical tool rather than merely a physical weapon. They had just reached the central staircase when the windows on the ground floor exploded inward, showering the entryway with glass as dark-robed figures burst into the manor. Kingsley immediately pushed Harry behind him, his wand moving in complex patterns that sent shields shimmering into existence around them. "Up the stairs," he commanded. "Ragnok, cover our retreat." The goblin needed no encouragement, his own form of magic manifesting as cutting arcs of energy that forced the intruders to dodge and shield rather than press their advantage. Harry backed up the staircase, the sword in his hand humming with energy that seemed to respond to his rising fear and determination. One of the attackers, more aggressive than the others, charged forward despite Ragnok's defensive barrage, sending a jet of purple light directly toward Harry. Without conscious thought, Harry raised the sword, which intercepted the spell and somehow absorbed it, the blade glowing briefly with the same purple energy before returning to normal. "It absorbs magic." Harry called to his defenders, a sudden understanding clicking into place. "The sword can absorb their spells." Kingsley glanced back, his expression shifting from concern to tactical assessment. "Can you use it to shield yourself while we move to the ritual room?" Harry nodded, suddenly confident in the blade's capabilities despite having only just discovered it. He held the sword before him as they continued their retreat up the stairs and along the second-floor corridor, using it to intercept the occasional spell that got past Kingsley and Ragnok's defenses. Each time the blade absorbed magic, Harry felt a corresponding surge of energy within himself, as if the sword were not merely blocking the spells but somehow converting their power into a form his body could process. It was exhilarating and terrifying simultaneously. As they reached the ritual room with its reinforced door and ancient protective symbols, Harry felt the house's awareness again, not directing him to a new location this time, but suggesting a specific action. "I need to use the sword on the central rune," he said, moving to the circular design carved into the center of the room's floor. "The house is telling me it will strengthen the inner wards." Kingsley looked skeptical but nodded quickly. "Do it. We'll hold the door." As the Auror and Goblin took defensive positions, Harry knelt beside the central rune and placed the tip of the sword against it. Following his instincts, he allowed 3 drops of blood from his still-healing finger, cut during the earlier ward ritual, to fall onto the blade where it touched the carved symbol. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The rune flared with golden light that spread outward along the floor's pattern before racing up the walls and across the ceiling. The entire room became suffused with a warm, protective glow that pulsed in time with Harry's heartbeat. Blood and steel, Ragnok murmured. The oldest form of property protection. The house recognizes its true master. Outside the ritual room, they could hear the intruders searching the manor, their footsteps and voices growing closer. Kingsley positioned himself before the door, his wand ready, while Ragnok continued reinforcing the room's existing protections with goblin magic. How long until help arrives? Harry asked, still holding the sword that now seemed to pulse with the same golden energy that filled the room. Minutes, if they've managed to clear the ministry disruption, Kingsley replied tersely. Longer if they're coming by alternate routes. The footsteps in the corridor outside stopped. A voice, magically amplified but distorted to prevent identification, called through the door. We know you're in there, Potter. The house's defenses are impressive, but we have your blood sample from the ministry ceremony. It's only a matter of time before we break through. Harry felt a chill at this confirmation of their method. The ceremonial quill had indeed been the source of the blood theft, just as they'd suspected. What do you want? He called back, ignoring Kingsley's gesture for silence. Why attack my home? We want what's rightfully ours, the voice replied. Knowledge that was stolen and hidden away. The Department of Mysteries has kept secrets that could transform our world, locked behind protections that only Potter blood can bypass. Death Eaters, Kingsley murmured. That rhetoric matches known extremist philosophies. You killed my parents, Harry said, his voice steady despite the anger building inside him. And now you want to use my blood for your plans? I don't think so. Your parents chose the wrong side of history, the voice responded. As did your ancestors when they allowed their unique blood gift to be wasted on protecting ministry secrets rather than advancing magical power. We're offering you the chance to correct those mistakes. Harry felt the sword grow warm in his hand, responding to his emotions. By attacking my home and threatening my life? Not very convincing. We had hoped to obtain what we needed without direct confrontation, the voice admitted. Raskova's research would have allowed a more subtle approach. But your unexpectedly strong connection to the property forced our hand. Now we must take direct action. A new sound reached them, a high-pitched whine that seemed to be coming from the very walls of the ritual room. They're attempting to magically drill through the wards, Ragnok explained tensely. Using your blood sample to confuse the house's defenses. The golden glow that had filled the room began to flicker as the drilling sound intensified. Harry could feel the house's distress through his connection to it, the confusion as it tried to reconcile two sources of Potter blood with opposing intents. Acting on pure instinct, Harry raised the sword and touched it to the nearest wall. I am Harry James Potter, he said firmly. Son of James and Lily, grandson of Fleamont and Euphemia, descendant of Linfred. This house is mine by blood and right. Recognize me and reject the false claim. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the sword flared with blinding golden light, and a shockwave of magic pulsed outward from the point where the blade touched the wall. The drilling sound cut off abruptly, replaced by startled shouts and cries of pain from beyond the door. The house has rejected their corrupted blood sample, Ragnok said with satisfaction. The defensive enchantments are reorienting exclusively to your magical signature. Before they could celebrate this victory, however, a new sound reached them, the distinctive cracks of apparition from the grounds outside, followed by authoritative voices casting containment spells. Horrors, Kingsley confirmed after casting a detection charm. At least a dozen, establishing a perimeter. Help has arrived. The next half-hour passed in a blur of activity as Auror forces secured the manor and apprehended several of the intruders, though their leader and at least two others managed to escape through emergency port keys similar to the one Kingsley had given Harry. When it was finally safe to leave the ritual room, Harry emerged to find Potter's Rest swarming with ministry personnel, Aurors documenting the attack, ward specialists assessing the damage to the protective enchantments, and evidence collection teams gathering magical traces left by the intruders. Madame Bones herself arrived shortly after the situation was contained, her face tight with concern and anger as she found Harry in the library where he had retreated to process the evening's events, the Potter sword still gripped in his hand. "Harry," she said, dispensing with formality as she inspected him for injuries. "Are you hurt?" "When we received word of the coordinated attacks, I'm fine," he assured her. "The house protected me. Showed me how to protect myself." He indicated the sword, which had returned to its normal appearance but still hummed with subtle power. Amelia's eyes widened at the sight of the blade. The Potter sword. It's been missing from historical record for generations. "It wasn't missing," Harry said simply. "It was waiting." While the adults conferred about security measures and investigation protocols, Harry found himself drawn to the library windows overlooking the gardens where Aurors were still sweeping the grounds for evidence. The peaceful sanctuary he had been building, his first real home, had been violated. The place where he had begun to establish his identity beyond the boy who lived had now become a battleground. But strangely, Harry didn't feel the desire to flee that he might have expected. Instead, the attack had cemented his connection to Potter's Rest. He had defended it, and it had defended him. The house had recognized him as its true master, not just through blood but through worthiness and intent. They were after something in the Department of Mysteries, he said when Madame Bones rejoined him. Something they believe only Potter blood can access. "Do you know what it is?" Amelia hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal. "There are certain areas within that department that have remained sealed for generations," she finally said. "Areas that predate the current ministry structure and were incorporated into the modern building when it was constructed. The specifics of what they contain are known to very few, even within the department itself. But they're connected to my family somehow," Harry pressed. "To Potter blood?" "Yes," she acknowledged. The original agreement between Hardwin Potter and the ministry wasn't merely about land use. It included provisions for certain artifacts and repositories of knowledge to be protected under ministry authority but accessible only to those judged worthy by magic older than the ministry itself. Magic that recognizes Potter blood, Harry concluded, like the sword and the house do. "Precisely." Amelia looked troubled. "We've suspected for some time that certain elements within Wizarding Society, primarily those with connections to Voldemort's former inner circle, have been seeking ways to access these sealed repositories. Tonight's attack confirms they're growing desperate enough to risk direct confrontation." Harry considered this information carefully, connecting it to what his friends had uncovered in their research. The attack here and at the ministry were coordinated, he realized. They created a diversion at the ministry to delay Auror response, then struck here hoping to either capture me or obtain a larger blood sample for their purposes. "You're thinking like an Auror," Amelia observed with a mixture of pride and concern. "Yes, that appears to be the strategy." Which means they'll try again," Harry finished grimly. "Maybe not directly, but they won't give up on whatever they're trying to access." The implications hung heavily between them. What had begun as a property dispute with the ministry had escalated into something far more dangerous, a battle over sealed magical knowledge that somehow centered on Harry's bloodline and its unique properties. "I still don't want to leave," Harry said, anticipating Amelia's next suggestion. "Potter's Rest is my home. Now more than ever." "Harry, the wards held," he interrupted. "And now they're stronger, keyed specifically to me. The house itself helped me defend it. I'll be safer here than anywhere else." Amelia sighed, recognizing the determined set of his jaw. "At minimum, we'll need to station Auror protection on the grounds. And your social gatherings will need additional security measures." "Agreed," Harry said readily, relieved she wasn't insisting on relocation. "But my friends still need to be able to visit. And I want them informed about what's really happening. They've already been researching this on their own, they deserve to know the dangers." This request clearly made Amelia uncomfortable, but after witnessing how Harry had handled himself during the attack, she seemed less inclined to treat him as a child requiring sheltering. Limited information, she conceded. Enough for them to understand the security precautions without creating unnecessary fear. These are children we're talking about, Harry, regardless of how mature you've all shown yourselves to be. As the night deepened and the ministry personnel gradually departed, leaving behind only a rotation of Auror guards patrolling the grounds, Harry finally allowed exhaustion to overtake him. In his bedroom, with the Potter sword placed carefully on a stand that Mimsy had produced as if she had been waiting for this day, he reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in such a short time. From a neglected child in a cupboard to a property owner confronting the Minister of Magic, and now to a target of dark wizards seeking ancient knowledge, the transformation seemed impossible to reconcile. Yet through it all, Harry was beginning to recognize a constant thread, his connection to the Potter legacy, to the magic and values of the family he had never known but whose blood flowed in his veins. As he drifted toward sleep, the house seemed to settle around him protectively, its ancient magic resonating with his own in a way that felt like coming home. Whatever dangers tomorrow might bring, Harry knew he was no longer facing them alone. He had allies, both living and magical, who would stand with him against whatever forces sought to use his blood for their own purposes. The boy who lived had become the boy who owned, and with ownership had come not just power and responsibility, but a profound sense of belonging that even Voldemort's lingering followers could not take from him. Chapter 4, The Reckoning. The morning after the attack on Potter's Rest dawned clear and bright, belying the tension that still lingered in the air. Harry stood at his bedroom window, watching Aurors patrol the grounds in rotating shifts. The sword that had appeared so fortuitously during last night's crisis rested on its stand beside his bed, catching the early sunlight and casting prismatic reflections across the walls. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Master Harry?" Mimsy called. "Many important peoples is waiting in the library. They is saying it's most urgent." Harry sighed. He'd hoped for at least a few hours to process everything that had happened, but it seemed the adult world had other plans. "Tell them I'll be down in 10 minutes, he replied, turning from the window. When Harry entered the library, he found it had been transformed into an impromptu war room. Maps of Wizarding Britain covered the central table, with particular focus on the Ministry of Magic's floor plan. A dozen adults huddled in intense conversation, Madame Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt he recognized immediately, along with Ragnok and Mr. Greengrass. Dumbledore stood slightly apart, his usual twinkling expression replaced by grave concentration. Several Aurors Harry didn't know by name were reporting to Madame Bones, while ministry officials in formal robes consulted parchments with worried expressions. The conversations died as Harry entered, all eyes turning toward him. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, stepping forward. "Thank you for joining us. I apologize for the early hour, but events have accelerated considerably since last night." "What's happened?" Harry asked, noticing the dark circles under everyone's eyes. "Did they catch the people who attacked my home?" Madame Bones shook her head grimly. "The leaders escaped, but that's only part of our current concern. There was another attempt to breach the Department of Mysteries at 3 this morning, a more sophisticated approach using what we believe was a modified version of your blood sample." "Did they get in?" Harry asked, his stomach tightening with apprehension. "Not into the sealed repositories," Kingsley answered. "But they penetrated further than should have been possible given our enhanced security. They're refining their methods, adapting to our countermeasures. Which brings us to the difficult decision before us," Dumbledore continued. "The Ministry building itself may no longer be secure." Harry blinked, processing this statement. "Because of my family's connection to it?" "Precisely," Mr. Greengrass confirmed. "The original blood magic protections that were meant to secure the Ministry have become a vulnerability now that someone has obtained and learned to manipulate Potter blood." "The sword," Harry said suddenly, remembering how it had responded when he declared himself the true Potter heir. "It rejected their false blood claim here at Potter's Rest. Couldn't something similar protect the Ministry?" The adults exchanged glances that suggested they'd already discussed this possibility. "It's not that simple," Ragnok explained. Potter's Rest is a family property with centuries of continuous magical occupation by your bloodline. The ministry building, while constructed on Potter land, has been primarily shaped by ministry magic over generations. The blood connection is deeper at its foundation level but has been overlaid with thousands of other enchantments. Dumbledore stepped closer to the table, indicating the complex floor plans. What Ragnok means, Harry, is that the ministry's magical architecture has become too complex for a single dramatic intervention. Like an old tree with roots that have grown around and through ancient stones, separating one magical influence from another would be nearly impossible without destroying the whole. Then what are you proposing? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer based on the evacuation plan spread across the table. Temporary relocation of all ministry functions, Madam Bones stated firmly. We've identified 3 potential sites that could accommodate essential operations while a permanent solution is developed. Fudge will never agree, one of the ministry officials muttered. The political optics alone, Minister Fudge has been briefed on the situation, Dumbledore interrupted smoothly. Though his response has been less than enthusiastic. As if summoned by the mention of his name, the fireplace flared green, and Cornelius Fudge himself stepped through, brushing ash from his pinstriped robes. His face was flushed with what appeared to be a combination of anger and fear. This is absolutely unacceptable, he declared without preamble. Abandon the ministry? The very seat of magical government for centuries? I won't hear of it. Minister, Madam Bones began with forced patience, the security assessment is quite clear. The building's fundamental protections have been compromised, theoretical vulnerabilities. Fudge interrupted dismissively. Speculative threats. Meanwhile, the real and immediate damage to public confidence if we flee our own headquarters would be catastrophic. People would panic. Better panic than a successful breach of the Department of Mysteries, Kingsley said quietly. Some of what's stored there could cause damage far beyond public confidence if it fell into the wrong hands. Fudge's gaze finally landed on Harry, standing quietly beside the table. His expression shifted to something Harry couldn't quite interpret, resentment mingled with calculation. And here's the source of our troubles, the minister said with a tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. No offense intended, Mr. Potter, but this entire crisis stems from your rather dramatic assertion of property rights. Perhaps if we had handled the situation more discreetly from the beginning. Harry felt a flash of anger. The attack on my home wasn't very discreet, Minister. A regrettable incident, to be sure, Fudge conceded insincerely. But one wonders if it might have been avoided had certain parties not drawn so much public attention to the Potter connection in the first place. That's quite enough, Cornelius, Dumbledore said, his voice quiet but carrying a subtle power that made everyone in the room stand straighter. Attempting to assign blame for the actions of dark wizards is neither productive nor accurate. We face a coordinated effort by individuals who have been planning this operation for some time, likely since before Harry even learned of his inheritance. Fudge deflated slightly under Dumbledore's rebuke but remained defiant. Nevertheless, I cannot authorize an evacuation based on theoretical vulnerabilities. The Ministry of Magic has stood for centuries. We will enhance security, certainly, but abandoning it entirely? Out of the question. A tense silence fell over the room. Harry could see the frustration on the faces of the security experts present, contrasted with the political calculation evident in the expressions of the ministry officials who clearly didn't want to oppose their superior. Perhaps, Harry said slowly, an idea forming, there's a middle path. All eyes turned to him again. As the property owner, I do have certain rights regarding the building itself, he continued, thinking through the legal implications that Mr. Greengrass had explained during their many sessions. What if I were to formally require a comprehensive magical inspection and renovation? Not an evacuation, but a mandatory upgrade of the facilities? Mr. Greengrass's eyebrows rose appreciatively. Clever. The original lease does include provisions for the landlord to ensure the property is maintained in good condition, including magical protections. A temporary relocation for renovations would be far more palatable politically than an emergency evacuation, Madame Bones added, catching on immediately. We could present it as modernization rather than a security failure. Fudge's expression wavered between opposition and consideration of this face-saving alternative. How long would such renovations take? That would depend on the extent of the work required, Dumbledore said smoothly. A preliminary inspection would be necessary to determine the full scope. Which I could authorize immediately as the property owner, Harry added, without requiring ministry approval. The political implications hung in the air. Fudge was being offered a way to comply with the security recommendation without appearing to capitulate to panic. The renovation narrative would allow him to spin the situation as progressive leadership rather than a retreat from danger. After a moment of visible internal struggle, the minister nodded stiffly. A renovation program might be acceptable, provided it's properly communicated to the public. We could emphasize the modernization aspects, bringing the historic ministry into the next century. Excellent, Dumbledore said before anyone could raise further objections. Then we shall proceed with the inspection immediately, followed by a phased relocation to temporary facilities while the work is conducted. As the meeting shifted to implementation details, Harry found himself marveling at how quickly adults could pivot from bitter opposition to enthusiastic planning once political concerns were addressed. The actual security threat hadn't changed, but by reframing the evacuation as a renovation, they had transformed a crisis into an initiative. Mr. Greengrass sidled over to where Harry was observing the proceedings. "Well played," he murmured. "You're developing a talent for political compromise." "I just wanted to get past the arguing and do what's necessary," Harry replied honestly. "The essence of effective politics," Greengrass said with a slight smile. "Finding the path that allows necessary action while preserving everyone's dignity." As the adults dispersed to begin implementing the plan, Dumbledore approached Harry with a thoughtful expression. "You continue to surprise me, Harry," the headmaster said quietly. "That was a most elegant solution to our impasse. I still don't understand why someone wants access to the Department of Mysteries badly enough to attack my home and steal my blood," Harry responded, focusing on the question that had kept him awake for much of the night. "What's down there that's connected to my family?" Dumbledore's eyes lost some of their twinkle. "That, I'm afraid, is a more complex matter than can be addressed in our current setting. But I believe the time has come for certain truths to be shared with you. After the ministry inspection, perhaps we might have a more private conversation." Harry nodded, both eager for answers and apprehensive about what those answers might reveal. "I'd like that, Professor." The ministry inspection began later that same day, with Harry accompanying a team of goblin wardmasters and ministry security specialists through the vast underground complex. As the legal property owner, his presence granted them access to areas that would otherwise have required extensive bureaucratic approval. The ministry, normally bustling with activity, had an oddly subdued atmosphere. News of the renovation initiative had spread quickly, and department heads were already preparing for temporary relocation. Some employees looked annoyed by the disruption, others nervous, and a few, particularly in the aura department, visibly relieved that action was finally being taken. "We'll start with the foundation level," Ragnok instructed, leading their group toward a restricted elevator. The oldest portions of the building where the original Potter land magic would be most accessible. The foundation level was unlike any other part of the ministry Harry had seen. Rather than the polished, ornate corridors of the upper floors, this area featured rough stone walls carved directly from the bedrock beneath London. Magical torches cast flickering shadows as they proceeded through narrow passages that seemed to predate the ministry's formal establishment. "Few current employees have ever visited these chambers," Kingsley explained as they walked. The modern ministry was built atop these original structures, which date back to the early days of the International Statute of Secrecy. Before that, this site housed an earlier magical governing council, Ragnok added. And before that, it was rumored to be a meeting place for the Wizards' Council during the medieval period. "So my family has owned this land for centuries, even before the ministry existed?" Harry asked, trying to grasp the historical scope. The Potters were already an established magical family when William conquered England, Ragnok confirmed. Their stewardship of this particular site dates back to a time when the boundary between magical and mundane worlds was less defined. They reached a massive stone door inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift and change as Harry looked at them. Ragnok and the wardmasters began a complex assessment, using magical instruments that measured energy flows and identified layered enchantments. "This is one of the original seals," a goblin wardmaster explained, noticing Harry's curious gaze. "A boundary between the known ministry and what lies beyond." "Beyond?" Harry repeated. Kingsley and Ragnok exchanged glances, seeming to debate how much to reveal. "The Department of Mysteries exists partially outside normal space and time," Kingsley finally explained. "These boundary doors are anchored to physical locations but lead to chambers that don't entirely conform to mundane physical laws. It was the primary reason this site was chosen for the ministry," Ragnok added. "The land already contained natural magical phenomena that the department was established to study and protect." "And my family knew about this?" Harry asked. "Is that why they leased the land rather than selling it outright?" "Precisely," Ragnok nodded. "The Potters were custodians of certain magical knowledge and artifacts that eventually formed the core of what became the Department of Mysteries. The lease arrangement ensured continued Potter involvement in how that legacy was managed." As the inspection continued, moving from the foundation to other critical areas of the ministry, Harry began to develop a clearer picture of why his blood might be so valuable to those with dark intentions. The Potter family hadn't merely owned the land, they had been guardians of ancient magic, their bloodline specifically attuned to protections around powers that predated modern wizarding government. By mid-afternoon, the inspection team had gathered enough data to confirm their suspicions. The ministry's magical foundations showed clear signs of tampering, with evidence that someone had been systematically testing the boundaries between the public ministry and the most restricted areas of the Department of Mysteries. "The blood sample they obtained has allowed them to bypass certain recognition wards," Ragnok reported grimly as they reconvened in what had been designated their secure operations room. "They haven't breached the inner chambers yet, but they've mapped vulnerabilities that could eventually allow access. Then the relocation is no longer optional," Madame Bones stated firmly, directing her words to Minister Fudge, who had joined them for the findings presentation. "We need to evacuate all personnel and sensitive materials while we completely reconfigure the security architecture." Fudge, having seen the evidence firsthand, no longer argued against the necessity. "How quickly can departments be transferred to the temporary locations?" he asked, shifting to practical considerations now that the political narrative had been established. "The most critical functions could be relocated within 48 hours, replied Percy Weasley, who had been tasked with coordinating the logistical aspects of the move. "Complete relocation would require approximately 2 weeks, working in phases to maintain continuity of government services. Begin with the Department of Mysteries and Magical Law Enforcement," Dumbledore suggested. "Once our most sensitive operations and security personnel are safely established at the alternate sites, other departments can follow in order of critical importance." As the adults continued planning the massive undertaking, Harry found himself struggling to process everything he had learned. The connection between his family and the ministry ran far deeper than a simple property arrangement. The Potters had been guardians of magical knowledge so powerful that dark wizards were willing to resort to blood theft and direct attacks to access it. "You look troubled," Dumbledore observed, appearing beside Harry as the meeting dispersed. "I'm still trying to understand my family's role in all this," Harry admitted. "Why didn't anyone tell me about this deeper connection? About being guardians of whatever is down there?" Dumbledore sighed softly. "Such knowledge traditionally passed from parent to child within the Potter line, usually as the heir approached adulthood. Your father would have shared these responsibilities with you when you were ready. His untimely death disrupted that natural transmission of family knowledge." "But you knew," Harry said, a hint of accusation in his voice. "You could have told me once I discovered my inheritance." "I could have," Dumbledore acknowledged. "And perhaps I should have. But I feared burdening you too quickly with responsibilities that grown wizards find overwhelming." You were already adjusting to the discovery of your magical heritage and property rights. Harry wanted to be angry, but he could understand the reasoning, even if he disagreed with it. I think I've demonstrated I can handle difficult truths, Professor. Indeed you have, Dumbledore agreed with a small smile. Which is why, as promised, I believe it's time for that private conversation. They retreated to an unused office on the minister's level, which Dumbledore secured with privacy charms so powerful that the very air seemed to thicken around them. When he finally spoke, the headmaster's voice was grave. What I am about to share with you has been known to very few people throughout wizarding history. The full truth has been fragmented, with different individuals holding different pieces to prevent any one person or group from possessing the complete knowledge. Harry nodded, sensing the weight of what was to come. The Department of Mysteries studies the fundamental forces of magic that exist beyond human creation or control, Dumbledore continued. Love, death, time, thought, space, and prophecy. It is this last element that connects most directly to your personal history. A prophecy? Harry repeated. About me? About you and Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore confirmed solemnly. Made shortly before your birth, foretelling a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. A prophecy that, when partially revealed to Voldemort, led him directly to your parents' home that Halloween night. Harry felt as if the floor had dropped away beneath him. He came for me because of a prophecy. Not just because my parents opposed him. He came specifically for you, Dumbledore said gently. The prophecy identified a child born as the 7th month dies, to parents who had thrice defied him. 2 children fit that description, yourself and young Neville Longbottom. Voldemort chose to target you, perhaps because he recognized something of himself in your half-blood status. Harry's mind raced, connecting this new information with everything else he had learned. And the prophecy is stored in the Department of Mysteries? That's what they're trying to access. The original recording, yes. But I fear their ambitions extend beyond merely hearing the prophecy's contents. The department houses artifacts of immense power, including items connected to death and resurrection that would be particularly valuable to those seeking to restore their fallen master. You think they're trying to bring back Voldemort, Harry said, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. Using my blood because your blood carries the magical echo of both your mother's sacrifice and Voldemort's failed killing curse, Dumbledore completed the thought. A unique magical signature that might interact with certain ancient artifacts in unpredictable but potentially powerful ways. The pieces were falling into place with terrifying clarity. That's why my family has been connected to guarding these artifacts for so long. Something about Potter blood is especially attuned to them. The Potters are descendants of a very old magical line that possessed unique relationships with what we now call the Deathly Hallows, legendary objects of immense power. While the Hallows themselves have been scattered through history, the Department of Mysteries contains related artifacts that respond to the same magical bloodline. Harry's head was spinning with implications. So when I renewed the lease and my blood activated the old magic, it reawakened dormant connections that had faded over generations of Ministry control, Dumbledore confirmed. Connections that someone was waiting to exploit. I believe they had been planning this operation for years, waiting for an opportunity. Your emergence and claim provided the catalyst they needed. A cold anger replaced Harry's initial shock. Once again, his life had been shaped by forces beyond his control, prophecies and ancient magic and the machinations of those seeking power. But unlike his years of ignorance with the Dursleys, this time he had knowledge, allies, and the means to act. What do we do now? He asked, his voice steadier than he felt. How do we stop them? Dumbledore's expression showed surprise and approval at Harry's immediate focus on action rather than resentment. The relocation will buy us time by disrupting their carefully laid plans. Meanwhile, I believe we must take a more proactive approach to your family legacy. What do you mean? The Potter guardianship of these artifacts was never meant to be passive. Your ancestors actively worked with the magic, maintaining the protections and ensuring the power remained balanced. I propose that you begin proper training in that tradition, guided by those who still remember the old ways. For the first time since this crisis began, Harry felt a sense of purpose beyond reaction. This wasn't just about property rights or political maneuvering, it was about a magical responsibility that had been his birthright, one that connected him to generations of Potters before him. "When do we start?" he asked simply. Dumbledore smiled. "We already have." The ministry evacuation began at dawn the following day, starting with the most sensitive areas of the Department of Mysteries. Teams of unspeakables, working under extraordinary security measures, carefully transported artifacts and records to a temporary facility whose location was known only to those with the highest security clearance. Harry, exercising his rights as property owner, insisted on observing key aspects of the relocation. Accompanied by Kingsley and Ragnok, he watched as unspeakables in their distinctive grey robes moved ceremonially through the department, deactivating ancient wards and preparing long-sealed chambers for the first transportation in centuries. "Many of these artifacts haven't been moved since the ministry was established," whispered an elderly unspeakable who had been introduced to Harry only as Croaker. "Some may react, unpredictably to the disturbance. Which is why we're proceeding with such caution," added a younger colleague, her face partially obscured by her hood. "The magical resonance between connected objects must be maintained during transit, or we risk destabilizing enchantments that have been balanced for generations." Harry observed the meticulous process with growing appreciation for the complexity of what they were undertaking. Each artifact was surrounded by containment spells specific to its magical signature. Some required multiple unspeakables working in synchronized patterns to safely disconnect them from the department's embedded enchantments. In the Hall of Prophecy, thousands of small glass orbs glowed with misty internal light as specialized teams catalogued and prepared them for transport. Harry felt drawn to a particular section where prophecies from the late 1970s were stored, sensing that somewhere among them was the prediction that had shaped his entire existence. "Your prophecy remains secure," Croaker assured him, noticing his attention. "Only those named in a prophecy can remove it from the shelf without triggering defensive enchantments." "Could I hear it?" Harry asked hesitantly. "If it's about me, don't I have the right to know its contents?" The unspeakables exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable behind their hoods. "Technically, yes," Croaker finally acknowledged. "Though traditionally, prophecies are accessed only when the department head and the subject both agree the timing is appropriate." "And when would that be?" Harry asked with a hint of frustration. "When knowledge of its contents would serve its fulfillment rather than hinder it," the younger unspeakable replied cryptically. Before Harry could press further, a commotion from the entrance hall interrupted their conversation. Raised voices echoed down the corridor, followed by the distinctive crack of a magical discharge. "Stay here," Kingsley ordered, his wand already drawn as he moved toward the disturbance. "Ragnok, secure the perimeter around Harry." The goblin stepped closer, his own form of magic creating a shimmering barrier around them. The unspeakables moved with practiced efficiency, accelerating their preservation efforts on the most critical artifacts. "Containment breach in the time chamber," someone shouted from down the corridor. "Unauthorized entry detected." Harry's hand moved instinctively to the Potter sword, which he had insisted on carrying throughout the evacuation process. Though he had no formal training in its use, the blade responded to his intent, practically humming with protective energy. "They're using the evacuation as cover to attempt access," Ragnok growled. "Just as we feared they might. We need to move you to a secure location," Croaker told Harry urgently. "If they've breached this level, they may be attempting to reach the Hall of Prophecy. Or using the Prophecy Hall as a distraction while targeting other artifacts," the younger unspeakable suggested. "The Death Chamber would be a more valuable target for anyone seeking resurrection magic." Harry made a split-second decision. "Take me to the Death Chamber. If that's what they're really after, I should be there. My blood connection might help strengthen the protections." The unspeakables hesitated, clearly torn between protocol and the practical value of Harry's suggestion. "The boy is right," Ragnok said firmly. "Potter blood reinforces the oldest wards. His presence could prevent access to the most dangerous artifacts. After a moment's consideration, Croaker nodded sharply. This way. Quickly. They moved through the department's labyrinthine corridors, passing teams of aurors rushing toward the breach point. The sounds of magical combat echoed distantly, suggesting the intruders had encountered significant resistance. The death chamber was unlike anything Harry had imagined. A large, amphitheater-like room descended in stone tiers toward a central dais upon which stood an ancient stone archway. A tattered veil hung from the arch, moving slightly as though stirred by an unfelt breeze despite the still air of the chamber. Around the perimeter, various artifacts related to mortality and the beyond were being carefully packed by a team of grim-faced unspeakables. The veil itself cannot be moved, Croaker explained quickly. It's anchored to a nexus of magical energy that exists only at this precise location. We'll establish temporary containment wards before sealing the chamber entirely during the renovation. As they spoke, Harry became aware of a strange whispering emanating from the archway, countless voices speaking just below the threshold of comprehension. He found himself drawn toward it, feeling an inexplicable connection to whatever lay beyond the gently shifting veil. Don't get too close, the younger unspeakable warned, placing a restraining hand on his arm. The veil marks the boundary between our world and the next. Those who pass through do not return. A tremendous crash from the corridor outside snapped Harry's attention back to their immediate danger. The doors to the death chamber burst open, and 3 masked figures in dark robes stormed in, firing curses at the unspeakables nearest the entrance. 2 fell immediately, while others returned fire, forcing the intruders to take cover behind the stone tiers. Protect the boy. Croaker shouted, raising complex shield charms around their position near the dais. Ragnok moved with surprising speed for his age, placing himself between Harry and the attackers while directing cutting arcs of goblin magic that forced the dark wizards to maintain their distance. We know you're in there, Potter, called a voice that Harry recognized from the attack on his home. You cannot hide from us. I'm not hiding, Harry called back, gripping the Potter sword tightly. You're the ones wearing masks. The leader of the intruders laughed, a cold sound devoid of genuine humor. Brave words from a child. But you don't even understand what you're protecting, do you? The power your family has kept from the wizarding world for generations? I understand enough to know you shouldn't have it, Harry replied, scanning the chamber for tactical advantages as Kingsley had taught him. The death chamber's tiered design meant the intruders had the high ground, but also forced them to expose themselves to attack if they wanted clear aim at the dais. The boy speaks with his father's arrogance, another masked figure said, his voice carrying a aristocratic drawl that sounded vaguely familiar to Harry. But lacks James Potter's skill to back it up. The mention of his father sent a surge of anger through Harry, which he forced himself to control. Emotion would only cloud his judgment in this dangerous situation. If my father denied you access to this chamber, he had good reason, Harry said steadily. I'm just continuing the family tradition of keeping dark wizards away from power they can't handle. This provoked a more genuine reaction, a hiss of rage from the leader, who fired a vicious-looking purple curse directly at Harry. Ragnok deflected it with a shield, but the magical backlash staggered the goblin. Enough talk, the leader snarled. We need the boy's blood and access to the resurrection stone documentation. Kill the others. The battle escalated as more aurors arrived, engaging the dark wizards who had apparently split into multiple teams to create diversions throughout the department. In the chaos, Harry noticed one of the masked figures working their way around the edge of the chamber toward a particular artifact, a small wooden box that an unspeakable had been preparing for transport. Acting on instinct, Harry broke from Ragnok's protection and sprinted toward the box, reaching it just as the dark wizard sent a blasting curse at the unspeakable guarding it. The force of the explosion threw Harry to the ground, but he managed to grab the box before it could be claimed by the attacker. Give it to me, boy, the wizard demanded, advancing with wand raised. You have no idea what you're interfering with. Harry scrambled backward, the box clutched to his chest, the sword awkwardly held in his other hand. He could feel something inside the box resonating with both the sword and his own magic, a harmonic vibration that suggested these objects were somehow meant to work together. "I think I'll keep it, thanks," he said, continuing to move away from both the dark wizard and the fighting near the chamber entrance. His path took him closer to the veil, its whispering voices growing louder as he approached. The dark wizard seemed to hesitate, unwilling to risk spells too close to the veil. That documentation has been sought by the greatest magical minds for centuries. It's wasted in the hands of a child who doesn't even know what he possesses. If it's so valuable, why don't you tell me what it is? Harry challenged, buying time as he saw Kingsley working his way toward their position while engaged with another attacker. "It contains the secret to mastery over death itself," the wizard said, his voice dropping to an almost reverential tone. "Instructions for the creation and use of the Resurrection Stone, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. Combined with your blood, which carries the echo of both sacrificial protection and the killing curse, it could restore what was lost." "Voldemort," Harry said flatly. "You're trying to bring back Voldemort." The wizard flinched at the name but didn't deny it. The Dark Lord understood the true potential of magic unrestrained by moral limitations. He sought power that fools like Dumbledore were too afraid to grasp. "And look where it got him," Harry retorted. "Defeated by an infant." With a snarl of rage, the wizard abandoned caution and lunged forward, apparently deciding to physically seize the box rather than risk damaging it with spells. Harry reacted instinctively, bringing the Potter's sword up in a defensive arc as Kingsley had demonstrated during their training sessions. The blade connected with the wizard's outstretched arm, slicing through robe and flesh with supernatural ease. The man screamed in pain and shock, staggering backward as blood spurted from the wound. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. The wizard's momentum carried him backward toward the veil. His good arm flailed for purchase on the smooth stone dais, finding none. With a look of horrified realization visible even through his mask, he toppled through the archway. There was no impact, no sound of a body hitting the ground on the other side. The veil rippled once, as though disturbed by a passing breeze, then fell still again. The wizard was simply gone. A stunned silence fell over the chamber as combatants on both sides momentarily froze, processing what they had just witnessed. The leader of the Dark Wizards broke the spell with a howl of fury. "Retreat," he commanded, firing covering curses as the remaining attackers began a fighting withdrawal. "Fall back to secondary positions." The Aurors pressed their sudden advantage, capturing one of the retreating figures while the others managed to escape through emergency port keys similar to those used during the attack on Potter's Rest. In the aftermath, Harry sat on the stone steps of the chamber, still clutching both the sword and the mysterious box. Kingsley and Ragnok flanked him protectively while Dumbledore, who had arrived with reinforcements, conferred with Croaker and other department officials. "Are you injured?" Kingsley asked, his trained eyes scanning Harry for any signs of harm. "No," Harry said, his voice distant as he processed what had happened. "I didn't mean to. I was just defending myself." "You acted appropriately," Ragnok assured him firmly. "He chose his fate when he attacked a Potter in this chamber." Dumbledore approached, his expression grave but gentle. "The Death Chamber has claimed many who sought to harness its power through the centuries. You are not responsible for his choices, Harry." "What is this?" Harry asked, holding up the box he had protected. He said it contained information about the Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore glanced at Croaker, who nodded slightly after a moment's consideration. "It contains the original research notes of Ignotus Peverell regarding the Three Hallows," Dumbledore explained. "Your ancestor, and one of the three brothers of legend who supposedly received the Hallows from death itself." "My ancestor?" Harry repeated, looking down at the box with new understanding. "So that's why the Potters were chosen as guardians of this place." "The Peverell line merged with the Potters centuries ago," Dumbledore confirmed. "Your family inherited not just the invisibility cloak, one of the Hallows, but the responsibility of keeping knowledge of the others from those who would misuse it." Harry's mind was racing. The dark wizards think they can use this information along with my blood to somehow resurrect Voldemort. Is that possible? Dumbledore hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal. Magic concerning life and death exists at the very edge of what is known and understood. The combination of Peverell knowledge, Potter blood, and Voldemort's own preparations before his fall, creates possibilities that even I cannot predict with certainty. Which is why we must complete the evacuation as quickly as possible, Croaker interjected. And enhance security at the temporary facilities to prevent another attempt. As plans for accelerated relocation were discussed, Harry found his attention drawn to the Whispering Vale once more. Now that the immediate danger had passed, he could almost make out individual voices among the countless murmurs, including, he thought, ones that sounded achingly familiar. Can people communicate through the veil? He asked suddenly, interrupting the adults' conversation. The unspeakables exchanged significant looks before Croaker answered carefully. The veil exists at the boundary between worlds. Those with strong connections to the departed sometimes perceive what they interpret as communication, but whether it represents actual contact or merely the mind's interpretation of magical resonance remains a matter of debate within the department. Harry nodded, filing this information away for future consideration. Whether the voices were real or imagined, the idea that some connection to his parents might exist beyond death was both comforting and unsettling. As they finally left the Department of Mysteries, Harry realized that what had begun as a simple property claim had evolved into something far more profound, a reconnection with his family's ancient magical responsibilities and a direct confrontation with forces seeking to upset the balance between life and death itself. The boy who lived, it seemed, was destined for more than merely surviving. He was a Potter, guardian of magic that predated the Ministry itself, an inheritor of responsibilities that would shape not just his own future, but potentially the future of the entire wizarding world. In the weeks that followed, the Ministry evacuation proceeded with greater urgency and heightened security. The attack during the initial phase had removed any lingering resistance to the temporary relocation, with even Minister Fudge now fully supporting the process after witnessing the determination of the Dark Wizards. 3 separate facilities had been established to house different aspects of magical government, an administrative center in a magically expanded country manor house, a security headquarters in a former Dragon Reserve bunker, and a research facility for the Department of Mysteries in a location so secret that even its existence was known to only a handful of officials. Harry, exercising his rights as the Ministry landlord, insisted on regular briefings about the evacuation progress and security measures at the temporary locations. These meetings, held at Potter's Rest under enhanced protections, brought together a diverse group of allies who might otherwise never have collaborated so closely. The administrative transition is approximately 70% complete, Percy Weasley reported during one such session, consulting his meticulously organized notes. All essential services remain operational, though some less critical functions have been temporarily suspended to prioritize resources. Public reaction? Harry asked, having learned to consider the political implications of each development. Mixed but generally accepting, Madame Bones replied. The Prophet's coverage has been surprisingly measured, focusing on the modernization narrative rather than security concerns. Lucius Malfoy and some other traditionalists have expressed concern about abandoning historical ministry premises, but they've been careful not to oppose the move too strenuously. Because some of them are likely connected to the attack, Kingsley added grimly. We've identified 3 of the participants, though all deny involvement despite magical evidence. The wizard who fell through the veil was Walden McNair, a former Death Eater who claimed imperious influence after Voldemort's fall. What about Raskova? Harry asked. Any trace of him? None, Kingsley shook his head. Either he's gone deep into hiding, or more likely, he was eliminated by his collaborators once they had what they needed from his research. The investigation into the attack had revealed a disturbing network of connections between former Death Eaters, international dark magic researchers like Raskova, and even a few Ministry employees who had been secretly feeding information to the conspirators. What had initially appeared to be an opportunistic attempt to exploit Harry's blood claim was now revealed as a long-planned operation that had been accelerated when Harry unexpectedly asserted his property rights. The fundamental question remains unanswered, Dumbledore observed from his position near the library fireplace. What is their ultimate objective? Resurrection of Voldemort seems the obvious answer, but the specific artifacts they targeted suggest a more complex ambition. The Peveril research on the Resurrection Stone, combined with access to the Death Chamber artifacts, points to an attempt to manipulate the boundary between life and death, Croaker said, his hood removed in the privacy of their secure meeting. But Potter blood has specific resonance with multiple magical nexus points, not just those concerning mortality. My mother's sacrifice, Harry said quietly. That's part of what makes my blood different, isn't it? The protection she created when she died for me. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Your mother's willing sacrifice created a protection that lives in your very blood, a magic so powerful that it defeated Voldemort at the height of his power. Combined with the ancient Potter-Peveril bloodline magic, it creates a unique magical signature that could potentially unlock powers normally beyond human reach. Which is why we need to secure not just the Ministry artifacts, but Harry himself, Madame Bones emphasized. The attack on Potter's Rest demonstrated they're willing to target him directly if indirect methods fail. Harry had been considering this problem for weeks. While the enhanced wards and aura protection at his home provided reasonable security, he recognized that his presence there created a fixed target that enemies could plan against. Yet the alternative, hiding away in some undisclosed location, was equally unacceptable to him. I've been thinking about a different approach, he said, drawing all eyes in the room. Instead of either fortifying Potter's Rest or abandoning it, what if we create something new? A foundation or trust that would manage both the Ministry property and other Potter holdings, with multiple secure locations and a governance structure that doesn't depend solely on me? The adults exchanged thoughtful glances. An interesting concept, Mr. Greengrass said, considering the legal implications. A distributed security model rather than a centralized one. It would make targeting any single location or individual less effective. The Potter Foundation, Dumbledore mused, a spark of approval in his eyes. A formal entity to manage the historical responsibilities of your family line while providing both physical security and administrative continuity. It would also solve the guardianship question that's been hanging over everything since you left the Dursleys, Madame Bones added. Instead of a single magical guardian, you could have a board of trustees with shared responsibility for your welfare and education until you reach majority. The idea gained momentum as they discussed the practical implementation. Mr. Greengrass outlined the legal framework required, while Ragnok addressed the financial structures that would protect the Potter assets. Kingsley and Madame Bones developed security protocols that would allow Harry to move between multiple properties without establishing predictable patterns. This approach has another advantage, Dumbledore observed as the planning progressed. It creates legitimate roles for a diverse group of allies with different areas of expertise. Unity in purpose despite differences in background and perspective, a principle your parents valued highly, Harry. By the end of the session, the concept of the Potter Foundation had evolved from Harry's initial idea into a comprehensive framework for managing both his inheritance and his safety. More than that, it represented a proactive response to the threats against him, neither running and hiding nor stubbornly maintaining a fixed defense, but creating a flexible system that could adapt to changing circumstances. As his advisors departed with assignments to develop specific aspects of the Foundation plan, Harry remained in the library with Dumbledore, who had requested a private word. You continue to impress me, Harry, the headmaster said when they were alone. Many adults would have retreated into security concerns or revenge fantasies after being targeted as you have been. Instead, you're building something constructive. I'm tired of just reacting to whatever happens to me, Harry admitted. First with the Dursleys, then with the Ministry claim, then with these attacks. I want to make choices instead of just responding to everyone else's. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. A wise perspective. And speaking of choices, I believe it's time we discussed your educational plans. You'll be eligible to attend Hogwarts next year, but given recent events and your unique circumstances, we might consider modified arrangements. Modified how? Harry asked, having assumed he would attend Hogwarts like any other magical child. Your magical education has already begun informally through your work with Professor Flitwick and your experiences with family magic, Dumbledore explained. Additionally, the security concerns we've discussed create complications for traditional boarding school attendance. The Potter Foundation concept offers interesting possibilities for a hybrid approach. You mean, I wouldn't live at Hogwarts full-time? You would be a fully enrolled student, Dumbledore clarified, but with accommodations for your unique situation. Perhaps splitting time between the castle and Foundation properties, with additional specialized instruction in the Potter magical traditions that wouldn't be covered in the standard curriculum. Harry considered this possibility. Part of him had been looking forward to the normal Hogwarts experience he'd heard so much about from his young friends. Yet another part recognized that his circumstances were far from normal, and pretending otherwise might be both restrictive and potentially dangerous. Would I still be sorted into a house? He asked, thinking of the many discussions he'd had with Susan, Neville, and the others about where they might each belong. Certainly, Dumbledore smiled. Some traditions are worth preserving, even within modified arrangements. And house affiliation provides important social structure for young wizards and witches. Harry nodded, relieved. Despite everything that had happened, he still wanted to experience that fundamental aspect of wizarding education. There's something else I've been meaning to ask you, Professor, Harry said after a moment's hesitation. During the evacuation, when we were in the death chamber, I heard voices through the veil. Voices that sounded familiar somehow. Is it possible I was hearing my parents? Dumbledore's expression turned gentle. The veil has fascinated and tormented wizards for centuries with precisely such questions. Those who study it most closely believe it exists at a point where our world and the beyond nearly touch, not quite overlapping, but close enough that echoes may pass between. Whether the voices are truly the departed reaching back, or merely magic responding to our deepest yearnings, is perhaps unanswerable. But you have a theory, Harry pressed, sensing the headmaster's careful phrasing. I believe, Dumbledore said slowly, that love creates connections that even death cannot fully sever. Your mother's sacrifice demonstrated the extraordinary power of love as magic in its purest form. It would not surprise me if such bonds could reach across the boundary the veil represents, especially for one who carries her protection in his very blood. It wasn't a definitive answer, but Harry found comfort in it nonetheless. The idea that his connection to his parents transcended their physical deaths aligned with what he had felt in that chamber, not just grief or longing, but a sense of genuine presence. Thank you for being honest with me, Harry said. About all of this. I know there was a time when you thought I was too young to know certain things. And I was wrong, Dumbledore acknowledged with surprising humility. You have demonstrated wisdom and resilience beyond your years, Harry. You deserve honesty, even when the truth is complicated or painful. As their conversation concluded, Harry felt a sense of resolution that had been missing since he first discovered his inheritance. The path forward remained challenging, with threats still lurking and many questions unanswered, but for perhaps the first time, he was actively choosing that path rather than simply responding to circumstances thrust upon him. The boy who lived was becoming the boy who decided, and that made all the difference. The formal establishment of the Potter Foundation took place on a crisp autumn day, timed to coincide with the completion of the ministry relocation. The ceremony, held in the Great Hall of Potter's Rest, brought together representatives from throughout Wizarding Britain, ministry officials, Wizengamot members, educational leaders, and family friends who had known Harry's parents. Harry stood at the center of it all, no longer the confused child who had discovered his inheritance just months earlier, but a young wizard coming into his own understanding of his place in the magical world. Beside him stood the Foundation's inaugural Board of Trustees, Amelia Bones, representing justice and security interests, Nathaniel Greengrass, overseeing legal and political matters, Ragnok, managing financial affairs, Minerva McGonagall, focusing on educational development, and Albus Dumbledore, serving as chairman and magical advisor. Minister Fudge, who had eventually embraced the Ministry Modernization Initiative as his own visionary project, delivered opening remarks that carefully balanced political self-congratulation with genuine acknowledgement of Harry's central role in recent events. The relationship between the Ministry of Magic and the Potter family has entered a new era of cooperation, Fudge declared to the assembled guests. Through the establishment of this foundation, we honor ancient traditions while embracing innovative approaches to magical governance and education. What Fudge diplomatically avoided mentioning was that the ministry now operated under a considerably more robust lease agreement, with explicit magical enforcement mechanisms and regular auditing requirements that would prevent future administrations from ignoring their obligations to the Potter holdings. The new arrangement had significantly reduced the minister's direct authority over certain aspects of magical government, a development that reform-minded Wisengamot members had quietly celebrated as a welcome check on executive power. When it came time for Harry to speak, he approached the podium with a confidence that surprised even those who had watched his growth over recent months. The Potter Foundation isn't just about managing property or protecting artifacts, he began, his voice steady despite the crowd's attention. It's about responsibility, to history, to magic itself, and to the future of our world. My parents gave their lives protecting our community from darkness. This foundation will continue that work by supporting education, preserving magical knowledge, and promoting cooperation between different groups within our society. He paused, looking out at the diverse gathering that included not just humans but also goblin representatives, house elves, including a proudly uniformed Mimsy, and even a centaur delegation that had arrived to witness what they called a star-ridden turning. I've learned that being a Potter means more than having a certain name or owning certain properties. It means standing for something, for the belief that magic is a trust to be used responsibly, not a power to be hoarded or exploited. The Foundation will support research, provide scholarships, and create opportunities for magical and non-magical communities to better understand each other. As Harry outlined the Foundation's initial projects, including establishing a secure archive for magical knowledge, developing improved protective enchantments based on the Potter family traditions, and creating educational exchange programs between different magical institutions, he could see varying reactions among the audience. Some, particularly from older pureblood families, maintained polite but reserved expressions. Others, especially those who had known his parents, showed clear approval and even excitement about the Foundation's potential impact. In closing, Harry said, reaching the end of his prepared remarks, I want to acknowledge that none of this would have been possible without the help and guidance of many people, some here today, others watching over us from beyond. He glanced briefly toward Dumbledore, who nodded slightly in understanding of the reference to the voices beyond the veil. To everyone who has supported this vision, thank you. The work begins today, but its effects will hopefully be felt for generations to come. The applause that followed was genuine and sustained. As Harry stepped away from the podium to join his trustees for the ceremonial signing of the Foundation Charter, he caught sight of his young friends gathered at one of the front tables, Susan and Hannah beaming proudly, Neville applauding with unusual enthusiasm, Hermione practically bouncing with excitement over the educational initiatives, and even Daphne allowing a small but approving smile to break through her usual composed expression. The Foundation Charter, drafted on enchanted parchment with self-updating properties, outlined not just the governance structure and initial projects, but also the core principles that would guide the organization's development. At its heart was a simple yet powerful statement: the Potter Foundation exists to protect, preserve, and promote responsible magic for the benefit of all beings, magical and non-magical alike, upholding the belief that the greatest power lies not in dominance but in cooperation, not in secrecy but in understanding, not in fear but in love. As Harry signed his name, using a normal quill rather than the blood quills favored for ceremonial purposes, a deliberate choice after the Ministry incident, he felt a sense of completion. What had begun with his discovery of the Ministry lease had evolved into something far more meaningful than a simple property claim. He had found not just his inheritance, but his purpose. The reception that followed was a blend of formal celebration and genuine community building, with Harry moving between different groups to ensure everyone felt included. Political rivals who rarely spoke directly found themselves engaged in surprisingly productive conversations about Foundation initiatives that aligned with their various interests. Representatives from Gringotts discussed potential financial partnerships with Ministry officials who had previously treated goblins with barely concealed disdain. "You've created something remarkable here," Dumbledore observed quietly, joining Harry for a moment of relative privacy near one of the hall's massive windows. Not just an organization, but a neutral ground where different perspectives can find common purpose. That was the idea, Harry acknowledged. I figured if I'm going to have all this attention anyway because of who I am, I might as well use it to bring people together rather than letting it divide them further. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. A wisdom many never achieve in a lifetime, let alone at 9 years of age. Almost 10, Harry corrected with a small smile. And I've had good teachers. As the evening progressed, Harry found himself drawn to a conversation between Kingsley and Croaker, who were discussing the ongoing investigation into the dark wizards who had attacked both Potter's Rest and the Ministry. We've identified most of the network now, Kingsley was saying as Harry approached. Though the leaders remain elusive. The evidence suggests connections to multiple former Death Eater families, with funding from certain continental sources. And their objective? Harry asked, joining the conversation. The two men exchanged glances before Croaker answered carefully. Our analysis of the artifacts they targeted confirms the resurrection theory, though with an unusual twist. The research they attempted to steal contains references to magical transference, the possibility of channeling one wizard's power or essence into another vessel. Not simply bringing Voldemort back, Kingsley elaborated, but potentially transferring his abilities and knowledge into a new form altogether. A magical inheritance, if you will, though perverted from its natural purpose. Harry absorbed this information with growing concern. Do you think they'll try again? Almost certainly, Croaker nodded grimly. Though the Ministry relocation and your new Foundation security measures have disrupted their immediate plans. They'll need to regroup and develop new approaches. Which gives us time to prepare, Kingsley added. The Foundation's research into Potter family protective magic could provide valuable countermeasures against whatever they attempt next. As the reception wound down and guests began to depart, Harry found himself standing on the manor's front steps, watching as wizards and witches disappeared into the night, some by apparition, others through portkeys, and a few by more traditional means as they walked to the nearby village of Godric's Hollow. Madame Bones joined him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Quite a day, she observed. How are you feeling? Tired, Harry admitted. But good. Like I've finally started doing something instead of just having things happen to me. That's the difference between being a victim of circumstances and being their master, she said approvingly. Though I hope you realize this is just the beginning. The Foundation will require ongoing attention, and your educational plans for next year will bring new challenges. I know, Harry nodded. But for the first time, I feel like I'm on a path I've chosen, not one that was forced on me. As they turned to go back inside, a sudden prickling sensation at the base of his neck made Harry pause. He glanced back toward the property boundary, where the enhanced wards shimmered faintly in the moonlight. For just a moment, he thought he saw a shadow move among the trees beyond, a presence watching the manor with calculating interest. Harry? Madame Bones asked, noticing his distraction. Is something wrong? He considered mentioning what he'd seen, but the shadow had already vanished, leaving only the peaceful night landscape visible. Just thinking about what comes next, he said, turning away from whatever, or whoever, might be observing from the darkness. Inside Potter's Rest, surrounded by allies and protected by magic that recognized him as its rightful master, Harry allowed himself to feel cautiously optimistic about the future. The dark wizards who sought his blood for their resurrection schemes had been thwarted for now. The Ministry had acknowledged his family's rightful place in magical history. The Foundation would carry forward the Potter legacy of responsible stewardship over powerful magic. Yet as he climbed the stairs to his bedroom, passing portraits of ancestors who had faced their own challenges in different eras, Harry remained aware that the story was far from over. The shadow outside, whether real or imagined, was a reminder that forces opposed to everything the Foundation stood for continued to move in the darkness, waiting for their opportunity. Whatever came next, Harry would face it not as the bewildered child who had once lived in a cupboard under the stairs, nor even as the surprised heir who had confronted Cornelius Fudge in his office. He would face it as Harry James Potter, guardian of an ancient magical legacy, an architect of his own destiny. The boy who lived had become the boy who owned, and was now becoming the boy who led, a transformation as profound as any magic taught at Hogwarts or hidden in the Department of Mysteries. And somewhere beyond the veil, he sensed, his parents were proud. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.